data that is transferred either by internet or by WhatsApp or by any other social media handle, 1 MB of data that is transmitted gives rise to 20 grams of carbon dioxide. So internet also doesn't come without emissions. Internet or any social media data transfer comes with carbon emissions. Please understand. So when you are forwarding any message, think before forwarding whether is it absolutely necessary to forward. Then only you forward any photos or videos. Otherwise, these are giving rise to lot of emissions. And then I always do, like when you are presenting in a video call or video conference like this, always try to present with your camera switched off. Otherwise, you get carbon emissions unnecessarily through the video call or by this Skype or Zoom meet. Use energy and money wisely, resource effectively, avoid forwarding unnecessary memes and messages, and not to keep your internet and mobile data on throughout. Whenever it is required, then only you just switch it on. And always wear helmets. Again, like alcohol and tobacco, this is very personal habit, because helmet saves you from fatal accidents. And many of us, we depend many of upon us, many of our families are dependent upon. We may be the only earning member or the supporting member. Our parents, our wife, our children might be dependent on us. So when you are wearing riding two-wheelers, always wear helmets. And conserve water, energy, and paper and all resources. The slides are moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Conserve water, energy, paper, and all resources. And follow 8R concept, that is reduce, reuse, replenish, refuse. I will show that slide separately. Always follow that 8R this thing. And avoid over purchasing and over consumption. And acquire required skill set. Earlier, when I joined government service, we were having only normal, ordinary typewriter, not even electronic typewriter. So we were walking. We were not even having cycle. Slowly, we started riding cycle. Now came the two-wheeler. After that, now came the car and SUVs, all these things. So always how our lifestyle has progressed, in that way, our technology skills also we have to upgrade. Otherwise, we will become outdated. For all the youngsters who are attending the course, it is very much essential that acquire the required skill set. Otherwise, you will not be surviving in the organization for a long time. Have a very good advisor, friend, philosopher, guide, both for your personal life and also for your professional life. And respect elders and teachers and parents. Unless otherwise this commitment and sincerity doesn't come, then you will not be succeeding in your life. Always respect elders, teachers, and also parents. Not to keep internet and mobile data, I told. And your knowledge and skill set only will help you, nobody else. No other connections will help you to survive in the organization. You may get the job because of your references. You may be knowing the minister, or you may be knowing the MLA, or you may be knowing Falana Dimkana officers. So you may be getting a job. But to survive in the job in the long run, only your knowledge and skill set will help you. So remember that. Friends are necessary to some extent, but you have to be cautious in choosing the friends. And dose of anything beyond becomes toxic. Any habits also the same thing. And don't waste paper, recycle it, and use cloth bags. Avoid plastic bags. And maintain your optimum tire pressure and speed. And also always wear helmets. Be a part of group or join the effort in environmental conservation efforts. It can be a resident welfare association, or it can be within the hospital, or it can be from any NGO. You can join. If you cannot do independently, you can join an organization and contribute collectively to environmental conservation. Avoid lift to take stairs, because lift consumes a lot of energy, and climbing the stairs reduces your calories, and then it makes you fit and young. and also eat and prefer locally grown food and vegetables, and also dresses, because Fuji apple, kiwi from New Zealand, all these are having huge amount of transportation carbon emissions to reach the place where it comes. So always try to eat seasonal fruits and seasonal vegetables, and purchase and do the dishes in your organization also according to the local seasonal vegetables, and install energy efficiency gadgets and water efficiency taps and showers. Installing these water efficient taps and showers itself reduces water consumption by 40% in your organization. Sensor based and that air based water dispensing taps and showers have come today. It may be little bit costly, but remember 40% of your water bill will come down directly. Wherever possible, avoid personal vehicles and switch off at signals and traffic jams, so that your fuel consumption becomes very less. And have a commitment and vision for the institution. Have a budget for sustainability. Without a small budget contribution, you cannot do sustainability within the organization. Constitute multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary teams in the committee, like purchase committee, administrative committee, and then sustainable committee, like that. And always conduct eco-friendly function within your organization. Say no to leather and plastic products, because it comes with huge carbon emissions, both leather product and plastic products. Refuse and think before buying. Always try to plant trees and maintain it. Avoid and minimize waste generation. Restore water bodies in your vicinity, and be a pioneer conservationist and reformist, and be a mad person, and then many people will follow. Attend to all repair works on priority, whether it is electrical or electronic or even plumbing, because all these electrical and electronic and plumbing repair works, remember, it results in higher consumption of energy, and it wastes resources. But if you attend to these repair works at immediately, it will reduce your resource consumption and also avoid energy. And have a multidisciplinary team. Involve children, they will come up with much more better ideas than what I have given. Have all recyclables and water washable cutleries in for functions, rather than use and throw cutleries. Avoid all use and throw cutleries. Organize vegetarian menu. Here I am not telling this because of any religious concerns. Non-vegetarian menu comes with huge carbon emissions. Individuals can eat according to their preference when they go alone or with their family. But in a function which is organized by an institution, it can be a vegetarian food, because number of people who are attending will be more, and we are organizing a eco-friendly function, means we should avoid meat and meat products. Avoid ask participant not to waste any food. Be strict with the caterer about oil and masala less items, because they cause ill health to the people who consume it. So always advise them to have non-junk kind of menu, as well as the oil and masala should be very less. And use natural lights in the conference room when lights are not required. If possible, conduct in the renewable powered halls. Nowadays in modern buildings, these kind of halls are there. Avoid paper and paper based products. Give pen drives instead of printed materials. That has become order of the day. Organize sending email and for other PPTs reference or case study material, rather than giving printed materials, because printed materials always has huge carbon emissions and also consumes paper, and also harmful color inks, dyes. Use flower extracts for room fresheners for fragrance. You all these things, remember, you is can be easily done in a eco-friendly function if the institution want to you do it, but little bit of prior thinking and planning is required. Start the program after lunch. It saves a lot of energy, cost, and resources. In Delhi government, we started doing this. All our functions with all stakeholders, we always used to start after lunch, because that saves a lot of energy, cost, and also resources. And straw or any kind of use and throw menu, you can avoid it. Give saplings of ornamental plants to guests like tulsi and like kadipata or karvepillai like this, which can be easily maintained at home rather than giving expensive gifts as mementos. Do not print on files and kits even if you want to give, so that it can be used for the next function also. And have a green vision for the institution. Treat the institution as your own and do the activities accordingly. When we plan and purchase, think as if it is your household functions. How you will think and how you will purchase, how you will be money cautious, all these things should be done even in an institution, so that you can do things sustainably and in a conservative manner. Construct green buildings and adopt cool roof concepts, either by way of refractive tiles or refractive paints, or otherwise we can have very good rooftop gardens, so that it gives aesthetic sense and it will give you rooftop products also, and also it will not absorb energy, sunlight, it will transmit. Have a green purchase policy. It may cost a bit further, but it pays and become a habit. Like we have our own habit of purchasing soap, toothpaste, perfume, mobiles, and restaurants of our choice. Like this, you purchase things which are from conservation angle, and try to be eco-friendly purchase for the institution. It may be become a habit for your institution. Commitment from the top management, including accounts and administration, is required to have such a policy. And you can try to utilize your CSR funds also on this. Participation of all stakeholders is essential. Management, faculty, students, banks, suppliers, etc., to take part in the activity and spend time, energy, and money also in this. And also institute award for all categories for their notable teaching, non-teaching, and then even malis and transport in charges, drivers, paramedics, all these people can be recognized on an annual day function, and then give some mementos and certificates to them, so that it will encourage them to big and motivate them to participate in sustainable activities. And buy and use energy efficiency gadgets, appliances, and instruments. Avoid vampire power electrical and electronic equipments and plug it off. Our vampire power means you don't switch it off from the switch, you just switch off the monitor, or from the remote you switch it off. All these things consume 15 to 20% of energy in a day. So when you are switching it off the TV or your laptop or your desktop or any kind of electrical and electronic gadgets, if you are not using for more than 15 minutes, please switch it off from the switch. Otherwise, 15 to 20% of energy is consumed per hour. So please understand, because we don't know about these facts. That is why I am trying to tell all these things can be replicated in your organization where you are working. By in any seminar, in a conservation or environment day seminar, you can replicate this presentation and set the thermostat 1 to 2 degrees higher in the room. In many of the halls, when the function is there, you literally shiver because the temperature is set at 20 degrees. It is very comfortable in any climate. You can set it at 25 or 26 degrees. You will enjoy the climate rather than having shivering. To totally avoid thermocol items for any kind of decoration, and put plastic bags in a plastic bottle before you throw the bags. This will help to save the animals who eat them, and also will be easier for the garbage for segregation. Prevent choking of drains, pipes, and save space in the dustbin also. And keep and serve water in glasses rather than putting it in plastic bottles. Do not keep tissue papers, keep hand towels or give a kerchief, so that they will take it back and use it. Because anyhow, keeping tissue paper is also costing, and then tissue paper also economic, it is not eco-friendly. Have an e-invitation or write in a handkerchief. All these items, when I am putting, why I have put different rupee note or rupees note is, you will understand all this saves money also. If you continuously do it, it saves not only money, you conduct it in a eco-friendly function also. or write in a handkerchief. If you really want to give it to some very senior people or dignitaries, give up in a very good decorated handkerchief, ask somebody to paint it and give it regarding the invitation. You try to use solar powered or battery operated vehicle, buy recycled products, avoid any packed biscuits and pastries. Rather than, you can go to a nearby real reliable bakery and ask them to give loose biscuits freshly baked, and also have homemade chocolates, because the wrappers of the chocolates and biscuits that you are purchasing branded, they are not recyclable, and it remains in the environment and causes all kind of problems. So avoid these wrapped packed items, at least in the in the functions that institutions do it, and purchase locally available grown manufactured products, which I told. I always have digital photography. Avoid flower bucket, instead give saplings and fruit baskets or handicrafted products. Avoid silk and leather products. If your office has a space, develop gardens and use those products. If music has to be played in a closed auditorium, it should not exceed 20 to 25 decibels. Otherwise, it causes uneasiness, fatigue, and also it causes headache. And if for elderly people or vulnerable people, it causes an increase in blood pressure also. And try to purchase loose fresh milk from the known vendor rather than packed milk, because it contains a huge amount of packaging products. And prepare fresh juices and foods, and avoid processed and canned foods and drinks, because it contains huge amount of carbon emissions also. Avoid storing food water in a BPA coated containers, because it can leach out, and have egg-free pastries and bakery items, because it contains carbon emissions. And the eco-friendly functions, avoid totally the PVC flux banner. You call a tailor and also a painter, and have a tailor and painter. Avoid have a flux board, instead of flux board, have a white cloth. Ask them to paint with whatever eco-friendly paints, or otherwise you can use. Hello. Uh, yeah, yes, I have started this thing. Uh, yes, why? Slide is not moving. One second, I'll check in which. 15, yes. नहीं, okay, okay. So, sorry, there is a problem. Yes. Uh, So you ask the tailor, and then you, with colored vegetables and fruits, you can have whatever letters that you want. If you cannot paint, and allocate budget, even if it is little bit more costly for conducting the eco-friendly function, and make it a habit, it will go a long way. Because all the hospitals or educational institutions are today ranked by one agency or the other. So if you have a commitment and have a policy that all our functions of the institution or the hospital are conducted in an eco-friendly manner, that itself will give you additional points and edge for getting a better ranking. And use vegetables like lady's finger, green and red chilies, carrots, etc. for the letters. And you jute or cloth bags instead of plastic bags. And everything starts with the commitment of green thinking and planning. It does not cost more, on the contrary to the belief. And this is the 8R concept which I told in my first slide. Repair and fix, upgrade your objects rather than throwing them away, re-gift it, or recover and make it for energy efficiency products, or rethink before purchasing it, reuse if it can be, and also reduce any kind of material, refuse to buy or accept any kind of material, and also recycle it. So these are the 8R concept which can be easily followed in any institution, including a hospital. And what you can do for the sustainability within your campus and also in your surroundings, you can increase any kind of diversity, forest diversity, or give more of horticultural plants which will attract more birds. And also you can have number of genetic diversity, you can have different kinds of vegetables and fruit gardens. And racial diversity, you can employ the different kind of state people and international people. And also you can increase all kinds of you can have trees, you can have shrubs, you can have herbs, so that the different kinds of plant diversity is there. And if you are near to a water body, you can maintain it so that it also your marine or water body density, biodiversity also can be ensured. And this is a UN poster. What you can do within the institution or outside your institution, you can protect the land in whatever way by maintaining and planting trees. You can do organic or natural farming. You can have more green spaces and open spaces wherever possible. You have to always save and conserve water and also save water bodies to ensure the water life underwater is also taken care of, to reduce any kind of carbon emissions, so that climate change is prevented. And food, you have to use natural food or locally grown food and avoid totally the food wastage. And also instead of a small health policy, you can have a comprehensive health policy, so that even public health and environmental health is also included in that. But I am always telling, one tree, full grown tree gives out and it takes out carbon dioxide to 10 grams of 10 kilogram of carbon dioxide a year. So always plant and maintain trees. In the coming slides, I am trying to give energy efficiency simple ideas where you can change those products. You can change the conventional bulbs either into CFL or T8 products. It saves 37 to 278 grams of carbon dioxide per year. If you go to conventional bulb to CFL or to energy efficiency T8 or T5 tube lights. And if you go for a 5-star refrigerator, it saves 101 kilogram of carbon dioxide per year. Like this air condition, which is having a 5-star, that saves around 200 kilogram of carbon dioxide. 5-star fans saves 46 kilogram of carbon dioxide. Going solar, by installing solar photovoltaic, you are saving 617 kilogram of carbon dioxide per year. Like this, I have listed around 40 or 50 different ideas. Going solar water heater, and then going solar and installing solar photovoltaic panel, and installing a solar inverter. And this is very important. Unless otherwise, the manufacturer of electrical and electronic gadgets ask you to buy and install a stabilizer. Don't purchase a stabilizer, because stabilizer alone, by keeping it on, releases 400 nearly 400 kilogram of carbon dioxide from one fridge or one TV. And a geyser, you reduce and keep the temperature around 40 degrees instead of 50 or 60 degrees. It gives a good amount of water. And take the bath in succession in a family, so that you avoid putting geyser and again. Like that, reusing and eating in a microwave oven, eat together, so that only once you have to eat. And these are just the same kind of what I have given in table. I have tried to put it in a graph form, a depiction form. And install this kind of energy efficiency taps. It saves 40% of your water consumption. And optimum pressure maintenance in the vehicle. Always use this manjapai. I am for your information, I have been using this particular presentation for more than 3 years. But I am happy to say that almost for the last 1.5 years or 2 years, the Tamil Nadu government has launched this particular campaign called Meendum Manjapai, again the yellow bags. So that saves lot of energy and plastic bags. For your information, on an average, the ordinary family uses 4 to 5 bags of plastic carry bags. If we avoid these 4 to 5 carry bags in a day, each household will save 4 kilogram of plastic bags in a year. We can easily do it. Only thing, we have to take the bag when we go out. Whether we are planning to purchase something or not, you fold it and keep it in our vehicle, or we never pack it. We can easily give that. And the installation of solar photovoltaic, and then traveling in a school bus or college bus, and doing locally home gardening and composting. And these are all the summary of what I have told. You can use this presentation, and always try to be a mad person in literal sense, or in the make a difference person. Always think and act, put a system in place. When you want to conduct a function, administration knows we have to do the function at a regular interval. So administration have to take only one policy vision statement, that all our function will be eco-friendly. And I have tried to give around 60 ideas for eco-friendly function. But if you think, you can make more such ideas, and you can bring it out. Think and plans for management of all inputs and outputs. Then you can manage everything in a very systematic manner. It always starts with one person, that is either me or you. In me, what I have done today, I have tried to give awareness to all of you. And what you have to do, you have to try to implement it in your respective organization. And always be a reformer and fight for the change. It doesn't come just like that. It takes a long time, but it pays. So always don't lose uh, uh, your passion for doing things in the way that you have planned. Always try to do with passion and commitment. It will go a long way. So this is my first presentation. I will now try to give you the second presentation. If any question is there or any suggestion is there, I welcome, so that I take 2 minutes break. Any suggestion? There is one this thing. Please share the PPT in website. So I request the organizers, not only the PPTs of yesterday and today, I have given lot of even reading materials and posters also to them, with the request to circulate to all the participants. So I again, if at all any organizer program coordinator is listening to this, I request to them. Please circulate all the materials that I have sent by email to you yesterday as well as today. Please do it. I am quite sure that you will be doing it. Just I am telling, since somebody has asked for it, I just want to make a request again. Please share all the reading material that I have given to you. So now I will go to my second presentation. Okay. Since none of you are forthcoming and asking me any question or giving any suggestion. Enough of hospital. So I thought I will give you a small presentation on what are the management principles. Many of you, or all of you, are having all of you are MBA students of management. So I thought I will give you a sense of what is the management is about, whether it is any industry or any organization, wherever you are going to get employed or presently employed. When you are changing with the MBA degree to some other profession, what is management about? I am though I am not a manager myself, but I have been a techno administrator in the government, and managed things both with the seniors and also juniors and also more so with the political establishment both in Delhi as well as in Pondicherry. I have done my government job in these two places for more than 30 years. So I thought of sharing what is management and what are the principles of management and do's and don'ts of management. So I think as a MBA graduates, you all will really appreciate and will really enjoy, because enough of hospitals for you. So I thought of sharing a management. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Ah,
Yes, sir.
okay. What is the management concept? I am not sure any resource persons for these 3 semesters have taught about you, but I thought maybe I can put it in a different perspective. In what you manage in any organization, you manage basically 4 things. One is time management, second is information management, third is manpower management, fourth is finance management. These whether it is a hospital or an industry or in an educational institution, whatever it is, what do you manage? You manage these 4 things. In a micro scale, if you think, our mother or grandmother was also doing the same thing. Only thing, we never noticed it, we never realized it, or we failed to appreciate what they have been doing. There may be 10 people in an house. Our mother and grandmother used to make things ready for all the 10 people within the time, with whatever they had, and then with whatever the resources and finances they had. They made these things available 24 by 7 to all of the family members. But only thing what we have not failed to do is we have never appreciated what our mothers and grandmothers did for us in the house, right from cooking, cleaning, making things ready, making our beds ready, making our rooms neat and clean, making our dresses ready, washed, kept ironed, and keep things everything in place. And when we all come back, they used to give us snacks, drinks, and also prepare food for the dinner. So they were doing time management, information management, manpower management, and they were doing financial management. Remember, only these 4 management we are also going to do in whichever organization we are working. So time management. What is time management? You or your boss assign targets for each of the tasks, and then assigning responsibilities to each of you depending upon the client requirement or depending upon the delivery requirement to the client or whatever to your higher ups. And also what they do the supervision, whether who is doing what. A has to do it in half an hour, B has to supervise it in the 45th minute, C has to come and deliver to me in first hour. So these kind of meticulous supervision is also required in time management, and you have to monitor whether they have done it perfectly, whether it suits to the deliverable condition, whether this is what is client required or client required something else. And then you supervise and also monitor and then evaluate whether in terms of quality and quantity, and also introspect. Once you have evaluated, then you find out whether A has done it perfectly or B has done it perfectly or they are in short. Then discuss with them why they could not do it within the time frame, or why the quality or quantity is not up to the standard. And then discuss with them, stakeholder discussion, and a correction, course correction. If at all anything is needed, you do the course correction, and then revision of targets once the entire thing is reviewed. So this is what you do in a time management. And the information management, we all started with the stone age, but today we are with the help of a button, whatever you want in the globe, you will get the information about it, or of a click of a mouse you have everything. So we have to judiciously, intelligently, we have to effectively use the information. How you will do it? Identification of different types of information that is required. That is the first task. And then have a prior meeting of all your employees, stakeholders, what you want and who will do what, and the available, indicate the availability of information where such information is available. Then the collection and compilation of required information from various people you have assigned the targets, and then analysis of collected information. Again here monitoring and supervision and evaluation of first step what I gave, that comes. So monitoring, supervision, and evaluation, and the analysis of collected information, and evaluating the adequacy of information in terms of quality and quantity. That is very important. And then evaluation of results, whether this is what we required, this is what we intended. If it is not up to the standard, again revisit, again have stakeholder consultation, again ask the difficulty of various people, then whatever course correction that is required, you do those course correction. This is the concept and crux of information management. Next is manpower management. You know what manpower you have, and you know their capabilities and their strengths and weaknesses also you know. So what you have to do is you identify the tasks, what is to be done by today. So do you know that? And then selection of suitable employees for each task. That is, as a manager, that is what is your job. And then once you have assigned it, evaluate the outputs given by them in terms of quantity and quality. Then have the discussion with the stakeholder of your own organization and also your clients, to whom you have to give the services or goods you are delivering. And then if they take suggestions from all of them. For example, they used to say, in a packaging industry of a particular product, they have to do and deliver a particular task which is having lot of heat stress. They could not give the product to the desired level output every day. So the labor officer and the safety officer, they all consulted the particular line of employees, and then they asked, what do you want? Why you are not able to deliver this thing? The employees then, after thorough hesitation, but after the labor officer and safety officers, they persisted, don't worry, we will not take any things adversely, we will try to improve the conditions that what else you want. They told that way space is having lot of heat stress and it needs cooler or fan or exhaust in required quantity, which is not there. So when they have increased the ventilation and gave the cooling arrangement and also increased the fan, the output had increased like anything. So, these are some of the course correction, but how you will come to know? You will come to know only after discussion with them. And also in another industry, they have to claim the stairs, that iron stairs, and then go and do the work. And when I visited personally that particular industry, I found it is very mechanical stress is there, because wherever you have observed the stairs, whether it is mechanically stairs or it is cement concreted stairs, after 6th stair or 7th stair, there is a resting platform, and then the direction of the stair changes. But in that particular industry, the man has to climb 25 to 35 stairs and cross and reach one floor. I told the management, even without consulting the employees, I told ergonomically this is not properly designed. It is a branded company, and then they had a huge brand value also. So I called them, and then the officers, after my complete inspection, we had a meeting. There I told this thing: ergonomically your stairs are not properly designed. After every sixth or seventh stairs, the employee or the officer, whoever is claiming, they should have a small resting platform. You cannot give the rest, means then you have to just take a small bend and then increase the stair height, then again come back and give one more platform, and then again just alter the design, and then it has to go. So you go in any apartment or in any hospital, you climb the stairs, you observe every sixth or seventh stairs you will have a resting platform. That is because it will not give much strain for the person who is climbing, and then it is not giving enough strain to your cardio also. Cardiologically also it is advised, but after sixth or seventh stairs, one should take rest for even some second, and then again they have to climb the stairs. So this comes with stakeholder discussion of your own employees, and you do course correction and recruitment of new manpower if it is needed. Hello. Now ஒரு லெக்சர்ல இருக்கேன் பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டியில். I will call you back. Okay. Sorry. I am giving a lecture in Pondicherry University. I will call you back, please. Sorry. Actually, recruitment of new manpower if needed, and also evaluating outcomes. So this is manpower management. And finally, a very, very important is financial management. Unless otherwise you don't have adequate finances and you have financial conservation and austerity measures in place, you will not be sustainable in the long run. So what are the financial management aspect? Financial management aspect is identification of resource requirement. This is very important. Whatever your input or infrastructure requirement, for all these things you require finance. So first identify the financial requirement and evaluate available resources. Now you know how much money or resource you need, and then you evaluate from what source how much money you have, and judicious allocation of our available resources, not extravagantly spending. So for a hospital, I told yesterday itself, the hospital is a multi-specialty hospital located in Pondicherry only. When I suggested that they should go to solar, they installed in one nurses hostel, and they had find the electricity bill in the nurses hostel from the first month has come down, and they have observed this for 12 months. And then chairman of the hospital is calling the chief engineer and told, before the next board meeting, you keep installation of solar power and solar water heating in all other hostels blocks also, because they find out by allocating little capital investment, their operation and maintenance or electricity bill substantially comes down every month. So they know how to manage the resources. So that, like that, you can have conservation measures and also renewable energy measures wherever possible, and the introspection of outcomes. That is how the chairman has introspected the energy bills, and then he started allocating more amount for the renewable energy installation and the course correction if needed. So these are basic idea of 4 management aspect. That is, one is time management, and the second is information management, and the third one is manpower management, and the fourth one is financial management. I am quite sure there might have been other faculties who might have explained to you in detail, and various textbooks also will give you conceptually, theoretically, with very complicated definitions. But I have tried to simplify those things and try to put it in a nutshell for you for easy and better understanding. So now I am trying to give you my piece of sharing of experience of 35 years in various organizations, so that what commonly one do in management mistakes one should not do repeat, and what you should do. So it is like a do and don'ts kind of a management mantra I used to call. I thought of sharing with you because you are all management students. One, always try to be sincere and punctual. Unless otherwise you are not punctual and sincere to your present employer, you will not be punctual in your life, or you will not be punctual or sincere anywhere else also. No loose talks, especially about your colleagues and seniors, because if you do it to me, I will tell somebody else with one or two things more, or I may miss out something, so that your crucial logical reason why you have done it, that will go, and the third person will tell to the another person with some more stories. So what you have told 10% will reach the same person about whom you have complained, it will reach 100% magnified. So within the organization, never have any loose talks about your seniors or colleagues. It will spoil your career. Do not search friends for professional and personal association in office, because in office you are working in always in a competitive environment. In a competitive environment, you can get colleagues, you can never have good friends professionally or personally, unless otherwise, even if they are your childhood friends or your relatives, when you are working in a same organization in different positions also, each one will try to have and establish their own say, rather than trying to promote others. So try to understand this. Have good network for both professional and personal work, that is a different thing. But for friendship, you can never search in your office. You may not get it, even if yeah, outwardly they may be friendly, but inwardly they will be your competitor only. Maintain clean habits in your life. It will help you a lot in your profession and personal life also. Plan and spend according to your income sources, otherwise you will not succeed in your personal as well as professional life. Stick to your assigned targets always. If you miss even once, that missing your targets will become your habit, and you will not be in a position to deliver. And discuss your problems with the concerned only, not in the group. If you have a problem, family problem, or not coming to office at a particular assigned time, discuss with your senior reporting officer alone, not in group, because others will not appreciate your problem. They will make fun out of it in front of you, and also in at the back of you. So it is not going to help. Only if required, you discuss the problem with the concerned person, who will give or will try to give solution, not in front of everybody. Concentrate and work hard. Learn in the first 10 years. Whatever the qualification, experience, and the hard work that you will put in the first 10 years of your career, and how much sweating and dirt that you add to your clothes and your body, that much confidence you will gain in your latter period. Remember this, it will go a long way in your life. Always you want to work in air conditioned environment, I am quite sure you may not be a good interpersonal colleague. You may be working very good in coding or in programming, and then doing IT job, but unless otherwise your interpersonal relationship and character is not good, you may not survive and sustainably in an organization for long. Never lose your self respect, but also strive hard to protect it. So you have to make effort to protect your self respect, and also not to lose your self respect. Help always others within the organization, or within your family, within your relations and friends also. For female employees, this is very essential. Always know about Visaga Supreme Court judgment for gender equality. Why I am saying this for my male friends, please don't mistake me. In your workplace or otherwise, always females are harassed and they are in one way or the other sidelined. So what is your right, what are your facilities, and as an organization what kind of support and facility infrastructure wise one organization has to give to the female employees? All these things are listed out point by point in the Supreme Court judgment of Visaga. So even for male managers, you please read and try to be sensitive about the female requirement, and also for complying with the Supreme Court judgment for general gender equality, in for providing the respect and equality treatment, and also to provide the basic facilities that the ladies need, in terms of enough toilet and adequate toilet with always toilet facilities that the ladies need. All these things are covered, and what kind of additional security support is to be given for the women employees when they travel out, or in the travel in the odd hours, or travel alone in the vehicles provided by the organization. All these things are very detailed manner given in the Visaga judgment. So those who are listening, female managers and also the male managers, nobody will teach and tell about these things which I am telling. But I have, over the years of experience, I have gained and I felt that about Visaga judgment, it needs to be told to every manager. So have programs for children, senior citizen, specially challenged and transgender kind of things. Your any extension programs of your organization or hospital, have these kind of sector wise programs. This will give you additional branding and mileage that is required. Respect other groups irrespective of their designation. Don't think I am the only one who knows everything and others should follow. No, if the sanitary worker is not there, none of us can enter the workplace and do our work as we are comfortably doing today. So even they may be doing their job, but if they fail to do their job, none of us will be in a position to do their job. So respect, even if they are sanitary worker or a driver or even a gardener. Give due respect to each strata of people, and they deserve their respect for the job they are doing. And be duty conscious. Be a master of information, time, resource, and financial management, which I have just mentioned. Always have a teamwork. Don't think that everything I have to do it. Always delegate. Learn to delegate and identify suitable person for whom you have to delegate the task. Try to supervise and learn the art of getting the things done rather than doing it by yourself, and attribute success to the team and failure to yourself. This is the quality of a leadership. Always you have to tell. When I worked in Pondicherry, I used to tell, success is all my departments. If anything failure happens, I will take the responsibility. It is mine. So try to develop that kind of leadership attitude. Be a leader or a follower. If you cannot take the leadership, follow the leader. Respond to the situation and not react. If somebody may tell something, you may differ with them or they may differ with you. Don't get into a fighting mode. You can tell, okay, sir, let us agree to disagree on this point. For this, I used to fondly tell, even two warring nation generals, they sit and then discuss about issues before war is declared. When they say last word to each other, okay, general, let us agree to disagree, then we will meet in the war field. This is what they tell to each other. They don't fight on face. So you and me are spending more than 8 hours or 10 hours in the work environment. So never have harsh feeling towards your colleague or subordinate or to your senior. Take it for the moment and then don't pick up a fight. Try to say, okay, sir, we will disagree on this aspect, but I will follow what you say because you are my senior. This is a diplomatic way of telling things rather than fighting with each other. Fighting increases your BP and his BP also, and then it doesn't lead anywhere. He will write your appraisal in the negative way. So don't fight with anybody. It is after all work. After 10 hours you are going, after 2 or 3 years you may not remain in this organization also. So have a culture of not to fight with any colleague or senior or junior in the organization you work, and it will reflect in your pleasant mannerism also. Never cross the line in official decorum. Don't talk personal things in an office. Wake up early. Habits. Read daily. Paper or review article or analytical article daily. If you don't do these things, you will become outdated. Eat well and keep healthy, and love and be yourself. Don't change yourself for somebody else. You have to be firm with your habits and your way of life, and don't start judging your seniors or colleagues or subordinates. You are doing according to your wisdom, they are doing according to their wisdom. After 8 hours or 9 hours, they go and they don't think of you, and you go and you think of your family, you don't think of them. So leave your office at your office. Don't take your office things personally. And then set goals and plan your day in the morning itself. Have positive attitude and purpose in your life and work, and love others. And also automate and delegate wherever it is required, so that you are up to date and you can deliver in time. And constantly interact with your juniors and seniors, because that is required to effective confidence building, and also to keep you updated of what others are doing. And personally, you save money and invest, because it will help you in the long run, professionally and personally. And spend wisely. Unnecessarily don't spend. And track your finances, how much you are getting, where and all you are spending, where you can save. All these things you have to track. And build a brand for yourself, and as a manager. Okay, X, Y, Z. Oh, these three are my pillars of trust. If I assign the task to them, they will deliver in time in terms of quality and quantity. That kind of branding you should build for yourself. When they write your appraisal, that should be reflected on their appraisal writing. That kind of a brand you should develop for yourself. And learn skills, like whatever additional skills, coding or technology based, or application of models or modeling. All these additional skills are required. Are doing complex chart, complex analysis, marketing analysis, being a master of Excel, and other additional programming skills that is required, making very attractive PowerPoint presentation. All these things you should learn over a period of time. Learn meditation and yoga, that helps a lot. Have a mentor and godfather, friend, philosopher, and guide to lean upon and get good advice. And think big and be productive. Do more and be ambitious. So that will help you to grow. And if you grow, your family grows. By seeing the father or mother, the son and daughter gets the inspiration and ambition. That also is follows. So you have to do those things. Attitude. I have talked about habits in the earlier one. Now remove negativity from your thoughts. Unless otherwise, what he knows, that is a negative thing. What is your intelligence? You know according to this your intelligence, and you work. The other person has a different intelligence and a different understanding, and he is given different task, and he is working according to that. So never judge and pass negative comment. It remains with you, and then it will affect your performance. If you are if you are irritated with every rub, how you will get polished? Think of any metal or gold or diamond, how it becomes jewelry or value added product. If it remains as such, diamond will not become diamond. If the gold is just how it is mined out, does it has any value? No. It has to be polished. With every polished rub, if you are getting irritated, how you will become more sharpened? So if a senior scolds you and you have committed a mistake, don't get irritated with the senior. Try to learn with every mistake and try not to repeat that mistake. That is what is progressive thinking. So be it the like that. Read every day, make your health a priority, otherwise you will lose your days and you will keep on taking leaves. Develop an attitude of gratitude, even if he is a driver or a tea vendor who comes and delivers you food. Say always a thanks to them, it means a lot to them. And then learn from people you admire. Plan your day a night before and then keep your goals in mind and take action, even if it is scary. You have to take risks. Unless otherwise you take calculated risks, it will not give you the desired result and ambitious result. Never think that you know everything. Think that you don't know anything and try to learn. So that helps you, that attitude helps you to grow further and further. Never go to the meetings late and without preparation. This is very essential. It can be a meeting where you may have to say even only one point, but be attentive to all the things that is discussed in the meeting and try to give the maximum of your point and try to impress and make your presence felt. Don't go late to the meeting and don't go unprepared to the meetings. Then you will get scoldings, or you will be identified that this fellow is a lazy fellow and don't come prepared, he doesn't come prepared for the meeting. Don't get exposed and not updated with your domain. Whatever your task or expertise or the work that is required out of you, try to always be updated with all the technology and information that is required in your domain. Mindset, ask for help when it is needed, whether it is personal or professional. Control what you can control, your thoughts, your sleep, what you buy, and you can control with whom you can be friendly. Money, attitude, behavior, and health. These 7 or 8 things are the things which you can control. You have to concentrate on these things and try to improve on these things. Don't worry on those things which you can't control. I have tried to list it that there. The past, the economy of the country, or the inflation. Array, this government doesn't do like this. Array, the product price is increasing like it. Or the politics, what others think and say about you, or the death of somebody. It is painful only, but you have to move on. Natural disasters, so factors them in the plan itself. So what cannot be controlled, you have to understand, and you should not waste your time, money, and energy in those things, on those things which you cannot control. Have always a growth mindset. I have tried to give you what is a growth mindset. Learning what I want to do. This is learning new things. Challenges help me to learn and grow. You have to understand that. Getting inspiration from others' success, not getting jealous from others' success. You have to find out what they have done to grow like this and make your dreams to come true. So this is the growth mindset. No, not to have a fixed mindset. What are the attitude of fixed mindset? Sticking to old methods. Failure is my limit, I cannot do it. Either I am good at it or I am not at all trying to improve what you can do. Jealous of others' success, not liking to be challenged. No, I will go only with the business as usual. I will not even acquire this MBA in hospital management, or I will not go to computer programming skills and Excel skills and PowerPoint skills. I know what I know, only I will go with the paper and pen to the meetings, and I will not give a presentation. I will just read from the notes I have made. These are our negative mindset, and you are not taking any effort. to improve your skill set. This will not help you to grow professionally and personally. And the effort, making small efforts is far better than doing nothing at all. If you have to climb 1,000 steps for going on to the top of a hill temple, are you going to jump 1,000 steps at one go? You are going to keep one step at a time. So it is always better to make one effort at a time. Once again, actually, there is a call from Pondicherry University. Satish, slide inge move agudeppa. I am already in the 12th slide. If you start doing it, no, that is the reason I told in the first itself. Sometimes if the bandwidth or the connectivity at my end is a little bit problematic, that is why I am always sending the organizers the slide well in advance. Acha, okay. Now, once again, now it has come to the second slide. Okay, so this is this is the third slide now. Okay, now I will just refresh what I have done in the last 3 or 4 slides. Okay. So I was told that the slides were not moving. So I think these are the 4 management concepts: time management, information management, manpower management, and finance management. This is what the components of time management, what I told: target, assigning responsibility, supervision, monitoring, evaluation, introspection of activities, course correction if needed, and revision of targets. And like this information management components, I told: identification of different types of information required, stakeholder consultation, availability of information, collection and compilation of required information, analysis of the collected information, evaluating adequacy of information, and evaluation of results, core correction if needed. Manpower management, I have discussed in detail: assigning tasks, evaluating the outcomes in terms of quality and quantity, discussion with the stakeholders and clients, course correction if needed, reallocation of tasks, recruitment of new manpower if needed, and evaluating of outcomes. And financial management, identification of resource management, evaluating available resources, and the judicious allocation of available resources, and implementation of conservation measures wherever possible, and introspection of outcomes, and course correction if needed. And I started doing this management mantras, both professional, personal, and also habits and attitudes. So these are very simple only. So I will just change the slides because most of you have listened to what I have explained to you, because time is short. And here about the knowledge, I told always read about Visaga judgment, both male and female managers. It will make you aware of what gender equality demands, and as an organization, what additional infrastructure one has to create and facilities to be given to female workforce. This is about knowledge. And then habits, personal habits I have listed, and also professionally how you have to equip yourself with additional skill set with the changing environment. And next, the attitude, I was here: never go to the meetings unprepared or late. Even if it is a small thing, you have to do it perfectly and professionally. and you have to get updated yourself in your particular domain, and always have a growth mindset and don't have a negative mindset. This is what I was doing it. And the effort for the temple of 1,000 steps, you will take one step at a time only. So always try to use that one step at a time, and then doing nothing is not going to help you at all, or doing one step at a time will help you. After some time you will be at the top of the hill. Work intelligently rather than working hard, and then comparison destroys personality. Don't do comparison. Understand each one is unique and capable of doing things in their domain, and read at least 30 minutes every day other than your curriculum, like analytical article, review article, research article in your domain of interest. You have to be updated. At least try to spend half an hour, and then at least read one or two good newspapers, both English and your local language newspapers, and try to avoid yesterday's events, yesterday political events, and sports pages. Initial 4 or 5 pages don't read, and the last 1 or 2 pages covering sports you don't read. At least concentrate on the middle pages for half an hour and identify the articles which you have to read in depth. You will get a number of articles, both analytical, review and research and editorial articles of your interest. And then teach one good message to your class once in a week, and with an interesting study. Whenever the meeting is there, go and tell some experience, local experience, which will help the people to understand it better. Keep away from them things that drain your energy. Always saying X, or toxic relationship, or holding on to your past, social media, excessive usage, overthinking, trying to be always perfect, comparing yourself to others. These are all the things which always drain your energy. So try to keep away from these thoughts. Earlier, we were having de-addiction center only for cigarette and alcohol. Now, even you have de-addiction center for social media. When WhatsApp came just in 2016. In 6 years, we started having WhatsApp de-addiction centers. And we forward memes, Vadivelu memes, this Vivek memes. See, memes are just one day, 8 memes are created worldwide. It is created so that the person who created the memes, if it gets forwarded, with every forward, he earns money. You and me uses our mobile data, our internet. Unnecessarily, we forward good morning, good night message, happy morning. If you want to really tell, type it and then send it. And from the environmental point of view, any data transfer of 1 MB releases 20 grams of carbon dioxide. And one meme which is not having the video is having more than 100 to 200 grams of carbon dioxide emissions associated with it. So we have to be cautious and more aware before we forward any memes or videos. So always try to use social media very judiciously. I do have an account on Twitter, as well as LinkedIn, as well as in Facebook, and also for WhatsApp. But I use when it is absolutely necessary. Not forwarding somebody has written something about some political party or individual without referring whether it is correct or not. People keep on forwarding it. Some video would have come, they will keep on forwarding it. What you are going to get it? What video and the memes that you and me got it, the entire world would have got it. Think it like this. Why you are forwarding? If you want, you open and see. I don't see 90% of the videos or photo that comes to me. Whoever sends me in personal, not in group, I only open that and see, because that only has some message for me. Otherwise, other things they don't have any message for me. So keep away from these thoughts, and also way forward. Have them around you. Always try to be honest. One who listens to you, have them around you. Accountability partner who comes and tells, okay, we will divide this task. Even if it be success or failure, we will share it equally. So have some people like that, and one few, or one who always try to inspire you, and one who challenges you, one empathize with you, one who is always positive or optimist, and one who tries to motivate you. Have all of them around you, or you try to be around them, and evolve yourself. Otherwise you will not be up to the mark. Things that don't evolve all are and adapt always perishes. Give up. Things will happen always. Wait and watch. Unaware or unconscious, don't be. Always be conscious. And I cannot do it, don't tell like that. And don't give personal excuses. I have this problem, I have that problem. All others have equal or more problems than you, but they also come and deliver and they are successful. Blaming others and victims behavior, Array, this has happened to me. Why you have to be like that? Wow, in God, if you are having 3 times food, you are more than 90% better than others, because there are 90 other people who doesn't have even enough resources to eat 3 times perfectly. So that is how, when you are not having any health issues and not visiting hospital every month, you are better than 70 or 80% of the people. So you have many things to look up and cheer for yourself, rather than, Array, why it has happened to me like this? Why I am not getting this? Why I am not getting that? If you don't have proper any health ailment, you are better than 80% of the people. So think like this. If you are having 3 meals, you are better than 80% of your others in the world. So have always, yeah, accountable behavior. Things will happen that happen because of you. Make it happen. Try to find solution. Embrace the change and accept realities. Be a mad person. Again, this mad, I am emphasizing, you have to make a difference in your life as well as in somebody else's life, and for that you have to be literally mad and passionate about it. While helping, always try to help, learn new things, reading, going to new places, and the places which will inspire you. And very thank you very much for your patience listening. I think this particular presentation I have compiled from so many places. You may not get from anywhere else, but you this is like a compilation dictionary on management mantra. You can keep this as a base, and you can keep on improving it. I am not saying, yeah, this is the ultimate. You can keep on improving it. Earlier I used to have only 5 or 6 slides. Now you see I am having 12 or 13 slides. Next time, if some of you will be listening to me on management, it will be 20 or 25 slides, because wherever I get good things, I try to compile and put it. So like this, I thought, being a management student, I thought I will share my management experiences, not from any textbook, but from my own experience book. I thought of sharing this. I think this will be useful and helpful. Can we have anybody's opinion on this, so that I will take 2 minutes rest? Anyone? All of you are there, or you just you are switching on the joining the link and then not at all doing? today at least I am happy that there are so many comments. I will also see, and also slide not changing, so I missed. Susigaran, you could have told me so that I could have changed the thing, website, and
I
please
put in
change
chat box,
this,
sir.
sir. Slides are changing. Good morning, dear friends. As you rightly said, we should be punctual and true to the present organization where we are working. Unfortunately, many people might miss class due to their work schedules. I also sent a mail due to DDE in this regard. It would be helpful for us if you could reschedule classes to the weekend, and so that it is possible for all of us to give our 75% of our attendance. I appreciate this suggestion. This is for the management to take up. Organizer, I enrolled in director district education, quite unfair for who are working, and also Deepak Guhan, Deepa Guhan. I think these are general messages for the
Yes, sir.
organizers and course coordinators to consider. I really appreciate these points. I will also make a point when I am interacting with the course coordinator to bring these points to their knowledge also. So, if no other suggestion is there, I will go to my last presentation so that to give you.
Sir,
Yes,
sorry to
somebody.
interrupt you.
Deepa, go ahead.
So sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean to send this in this personal chat box. I mean, in the in-call messages, I have sent the emails to the director in the official mail ID, sir. There is no response. That is why we did this. Sorry
Uh,
if it offended you.
no, no,
Uh,
no, no, madam. I really appreciate it because this is what stakeholder consultation is. When I put something in the slide, I mean it. I don't put just like that for English meaning. When I put stakeholder consultation, this is what stakeholder. You are all stakeholder. So this is now I will bring it to the course coordinator for consideration for such working professionals, such kind of
Sir,
diploma
actually,
contact classes.
there were around 132 people enrolled in MBA hospital management along with us, sir. But you can see the number of participants. There is around 30 and 35 plus around. So
At 10 o'clock, Deepa, for your information, at 10 o'clock precisely, I discussed this with the course coordinator.
okay.
When I logged in at 9:47, nobody else was there. Yesterday also I logged in at 9:45. Nobody was there. When I logged today at 9:47, at 9:50 or 9:55, when DDA director someone has joined, I telephoned them and I precisely discussed regarding this. They
Yes, sir.
told
We
me
got a
also.
mail actually around 10:30. We got a mail that stating that this is compulsory to
uh,
attend PCP classes, and
hmm.
I don't understand how they are calling this compulsory because 95% of us would be working, sir. I can vouch for that. 95% of us would be working. So this is working time. Weekdays we can't attend, sir. We can't. They can't expect us to attend.
No, no. What you do is many of the students, including the organizers, if you are listening, you all of you give a mail stating that, sir, please reschedule the classes
Sir,
either
I have
early,
sent twice, sir.
early in the morning or late in the evening or on weekends only.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have sent a mail, sir. I
Sir,
actually
that's what we are telling. We have already sent a mail, but we didn't get any response.
Nay,
And we are not
whoever, at least
office
I am
jobs.
seeing,
We are all healthcare professionals.
I am
We are
seeing at least
doctors, nurses,
35.
pharmacists. Everyone is there. That's what the problem is.
yes, sir. You can see 35 participants, sir. Among that, I I
We are
trust
not
I
doing
believe
office
that
job. That's
among
what the
that
main
at
problem.
least 10 would have muted their Google Meet ID and they would have been continuing with their personal work. Their profession.
That happens. I know the practical reality.
Yes.
Okay, at least whoever is here and listening, all of you put a mail to the effect that all of our working professionals. So please kindly consider having the classes either before morning or late in the evening, and also on Saturday, Sundays.
That would be actually comfortable, sir. Earlier in the morning and late in the evening would be much more comfortable than this.
please, I will also make it make a suggestion to the
Thank you
organizers.
so much that your notice
Okay, sir.
and
Or else just consider us without considering the compulsory attendance and all. Just
and
whoever
also
wants to attend, let them attend, or else they can self-study, right? It's a master's course, right? So
Okay, I
that's not a
really,
problem. Already first year we have tackled everything.
yes. Sivaranjani, go ahead. You wanted to tell something?
yes, sir. There are also that there are
So
no
good evening, sir.
previous year question banks in the website for hospital management students, and there are no PPTs, no study materials available in the website, sir. So if you are talking with the course coordinator, kindly put a word that there are nothing available for MBA hospital management third semester in the website.
So
There are no
what?
study.
What I will do for the convenience of those who are attending, and if you are having common mail IDs wherein you can reach to all the people, what I will bring it to the notice of those who are to the course coordinators. In case if they are not giving you the PPTs and the study materials which at least I have circulated, you are free to contact me and chat with me. Don't call me. Whenever it is absolutely essential, call me. I will respond. Otherwise, chat with me. I have given you my this thing mobile number. I have given you my email ID. Whoever don't type email IDs here, please. You please send a hello mail to my email. I will send you all the reading materials of 2 days classes in addition to all the PowerPoints that I have sent to the organizers. I can tell with whoever your friends who have not attended, and or if you have a common group, Gmail group, you can circulate in this for
We
benefit
don't
of
have a
others.
common mail ID, sir, but we have a group of 70 participants, WhatsApp group of 70 participants, and there are many more left. So we can
So
circulate it. We can circulate it.
what I will do, what I will do is you, I will send it to one of you or whoever is sending a hello mail message, introductory message to me. I will send to all of you, and one of you, please send it to all my presentation in the group.
Okay, sir.
From the email you download it and send it to the WhatsApp. Don't give me that burden to me for all
No,
the
sir.
75.
No, sir.
If you have a group,
What you have already done is more than enough, sir. Thank you so much for
I
considering.
I will just put it and without wasting time, I will go to the next because the 12 o'clock I have to complete. I will try to put one more slide for you because that national level perspective you will understand little bit, and the international perspective.
Okay, sir.
What we have seen so far is a micro level policies and the activities that can make an hospital or an institution more sustainable. But there is something else at a global level. Whatever happens at a global level initially comes to national level, and the national level thing either comes directly by way of an act or
அனுப்பி என்ன டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணாங்க
uh,
நீங்க எனக்கு ஹலோ ஹாய் மெசேஜ் வெல்கம் மெசேஜ் மட்டும்
uh,
கொடுங்க ஸ்லைட்ஸ் சென்ட்
please mute whoever is there. Sivaranjani, thank you. um, so whatever comes at a national level either trickles down to the state level and then to the individual sector as a matter of act or rules, or in the form of a government order, GO, that you call. So now I will give you a rough idea of how the national level policies on sustainability or on environmental conservation is looked into. Number one. Number two, importantly, as covered in your syllabus, about the circular economy. I will try to give you an overview of these two things in the presentation. I will try to give. If the slides are not changing, one of you please alert me. Slide has changed. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. See, the India's policy on sustainability, I have given you the link. So this is the long-term low-carbon development strategy. What mainly it revolved on 3 or 4 principles. One is adoption of solar technology. You will see a number of solar technology, and conservation of water. That is there in the third depiction, and effective construction of green buildings. That is there in the fourth. This thing, utilization of sun's energy to a maximum and increasing the greenery, that is also attempted at, and proper treatment and disposal of wastewaters and conservation of water and reuse, that is also there. Taking impetus to alternate mode of transport like that of cycling, etc., and promoting electronic vehicle or battery operated vehicle. And also overall, these are some of the strategies under which our low carbon growth strategy of India is in line with the United Nations global strategy of combating climate change. Why it is India? You will come across a number of studies where India is criticized for not taking or doing enough things for controlling climate change or carbon emissions. But we have to understand things in perspective. We have only 4% of the historical emissions. What from 1850 to 2019, if we analyze the data, only we are contributing only to the 4%, whereas we support 24% of global population. So, but North America and Europe emits 10 times more average emissions than India during this period. But now they are coming and saying, India and China, you people are polluting, without taking into consideration what is the net cumulative emissions that they each country contributed so far, and for how much population per capita. They want all comforts, but they want India, China, and Africa to do the things. We don't have enough resources for providing clean sanitation, drinking water, and to provide enough food. But they are asking us to control carbon emissions, which they are not doing it. Per capita emissions are 10 to 20 times more when compared to developing and underdeveloped countries of North America and China, in Europe. But they are pinpointing us. So you have to understand things in perspective. But they have both Europe and North America put together, they have only 13% of global population, whereas the Asia region is having 24% of global population. Per capita emission is the critical factor for policy formulation. India highest historical global cumulative emission is only minuscule, as it is having 17% of the global population. So what this 4% is also is for the 17% of global population. And India's per capita annual emission are about 1/3 of global average. And India is justified in seeking that the developed countries undertake early net zero well before 2050 by investing heavily in negative emissions and providing adequate climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building support. So this is the climate change issue in perspective. And the India is not one India. In a depiction, India encompasses 12 countries in terms of area and in terms of population. And all these 12 countries are not even equivalent to some of our states. So we have to understand things in perspective rather than not getting analytical report and headlines that India is emitting carbon emissions more. One PwC report or one E&Y report or one KPMG report will come, and everybody will glance and concentrate on that. But nobody will talk about per capita emissions. They will talk about the country as a whole, or they will not talk about the population the country hosts vis-a-vis other countries. So you have to understand, when you see and analyze such reports, you have to understand these things of per capita emission and historical cumulative contribution of each country or continent in perspective. So India has a specific plan called as National Action Plan for Climate Change. And this plan has 8 different missions. Each mission is self-explanatory. National Solar Mission, Enhanced Energy Efficiency Mission, Sustainable Habitat Mission, Water Mission, Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem Mission, National Mission for Green India, Sustainable Agriculture, and the National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change. So these are some of the 8 missions that India has attempted at. One more mission is in the process of being added to this. This is called National Coastal Mission, because India has a very long coastline. Many of our protein requirement and supplement comes from the coastal food, and also huge amount of fishermen village population is dependent on the coast. And many population, especially the lower population, hugely depend on the fisheries for their cheap protein requirement. So that mission is also in the process of getting added. So each mission has its own activities and targets identified to be implemented by various state government and state government agencies and by the industries and the institutions. This is how the sustainable policies trickle down from United Nations to central government, and from the central government to the state government, and from the state government to all the institutions and educational institutions, hospitals, industries, etc. And each state has its own state action plan for combating climate change. This national level is called NAPCC, National Action Plan for Combating Climate Change. On the same lines, each state government has got state action plan for combating climate change. So, like this, each industry is given a target for emission reduction. What a hospital or any institution can do is conduct resource auditing, annual water auditing, annual power auditing, annual waste generation auditing. What you can do, once you have the baseline data, attempt 5% or 10% reduction of all the audited resources in your next level. That is how institutions can formulate their action plan towards sustainability. I cannot be uh, better explain these things. So how globally, shipping industry has to come down 3% of the global emissions. They contribute totally, like that. Aviation industry is given a target, transportation industry is given a target, petrochemical and including oil and gas is given a target, iron and steel by industry has been given a target, cement is given a target, and aluminum is given a target. So each industry is given a target like this. By way of a specific target date, they have to attempt and bring into technology change, or put in enough conservation measures, and take process change or product change. Anything or everything can be attempted at, and then these emission reductions should be attempted to meet the targeted date. How you can do it? You can do it in a planned way, like short and medium and long term measures supported by the policy, and energy and resource efficiency policy, and process and fuel switching and electrification policy you can have, material efficiency and recycling policy you can have, or green hydrogen technology and infrastructure you can have. Whatever, it may not be applicable, all the policy changes is not applicable to all of you. Maybe energy efficiency may be applicable to you, or otherwise switching to clean energy may be applicable to you, and also emission reductions and waste minimization reductions can be applicable to you. Like this, you have to attempt and have a perspective annual reduction plan every year to achieve the sustainability. You can take the nearest academic institutions like engineering colleges or arts and science colleges to do this, or you can appoint a consultant, or you can get trained. ISO courses are there, energy auditing courses are there in Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Like these courses you can take up and equip yourself, and then you can attempt at doing these kind of things. So low carbon minimization strategy can be there. And these are for the bigger industry. So through innovation, technology transfer, climate specific finance and capacity building, training, capacity building and planning, and also exploring public private partnership if you are a big company. Now I am coming to the circular economy. This report also I will circulate to you in the email. This is taken and carved out from the FICCI. Many of you, maybe the terminology may be new to you. FICCI is Federation of Industry of Commerce, Federation and Commerce Chamber of Industries and Commerce. That is FICCI. It is located in India. It extensively does research and data collection from all over India and try to put the things in perspective. They have identified 8 such sectors where a huge economy can be recovered by the applying circular economy principles and adopting circular economy concepts. So what are they? Petrochemicals, plastics, food, gold, iron and steel, copper, fibers and cement. These are the various sectors which can be given for this circular economy. In the forthcoming slides, I will be covering little bit statistics on how much recoverable materials are there in each of this sector. How you can do it? These are 5 methodology of doing it. Having a circular supply chain, having a recovery and recycling effectiveness, or extending value addition of these raw materials and the products, and are sharing the platform. Wherever possible, you share the platform so that you cut the cost, and then technologically you use the common platform. But the best way of doing this sharing the platform is earlier each service provider used to have their own mobile towers. Airtel used to have their tower. Vodafone used to have their tower. BSNL used to have their tower to begin with. Later on, they found out each one, if they are doing with their own towers, they were cutting lot of cost. They are incurring cost also, and they have to put a lot of manpower also. Later on, what they have done, they started, if somebody is installing 10 towers in city, those 10 towers, all other service providers are charged, and they can have their transmitters from those towers, and vice versa. In urban areas or rural areas, whoever is installing towers, they share their platform and the towers infrastructure for installing the transmitters of other service providers, so that mobile transmits the signals. So this is sharing platform. And substitute the wasted resources and recovery. You have the revenue, that is, you can recover to the tune of 1,700 billion, and monetize the wasted capacity, increase sharing, co-owning, co-using, resource pooling, like what I told regarding mobile towers. That alone will fetch you or save 600 billion of economy. These are for India alone. And 900 billion economy can be recovered or saved if we lengthened the wasted life cycle by doing little bit of reselling or maintaining or repairing or remanufacturing in used market. And 1,300 billion can be recovered by way of recycling or upcycling, component reuse and energy recovery. So circular economy opportunity by 2030. So what are the possible concept is right from sourcing, manufacturing, logistics, marketing and sales, product use, end of life disposal, and reverse logistics working out. These are the common principles through which we can attempt this circular economy. So in simple depiction, what is a linear economy and what is a circular economy, that I have tried to give from the same FICCI report. So these are the 5 things which I have explained: circular supply chain maintaining, recovery and recycling, product life extension, sharing platform, and using product as service. And earlier we used to have only couriers. Now you just see, for anything and everything can be delivered by using a courier. Earlier courier used to take post office parcels and letters for communication. Now other than food service, if a commodity is to be picked up from somewhere and has to be delivered to me, I just put the delivery boys or whoever is the local applier there, that delivery boys, and I pay charge to them. They are ready to go and fetch the product. Once I pay the product price to the shop online, they give the product to the delivery boys. He comes and hands over to me. So these are product as a service they started giving. And this is what are the sectors that is there. I have tried to give you that. And like petroleum, these 8 sectors which I have given in the first slide, how it is used in different sectors, and how you can contribute to that, that is mentioned over here. For easy understanding and a conceptual understanding, how much steel is embedded in the day-to-day life products that we use in our day-to-day life. For example, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, private cars, commercial passenger vehicles, and commercial goods vehicle. These are the vehicles which will be declared useless or obsolescence by 2025, and each one carries this much quantity of steel in tons, and each of them can be 8 million tons of steel can be potentially extracted from the end of life vehicles. That is why you are seeing a end of life of vehicle scrapping policy of government of India, which is 2022 scrapping policy, is in place, so that in organized sector these things will be there and they will be put into the authorized recyclers, so that the much needed circular economy will be ensured in the organized sector. And also 81.5 million tons of steel consumption in India. 10% of automobile sector consumes of this, out of which 8.1 million tons embedded steels is available for recycling once the vehicle is declared unusable. And that is 8.6 million, and it can give 2.7 billion opportunity with the estimated value of 323 dollars per ton of steel. This is the scrap price. This much is embedded in the rack picking or recycling of economy. If it comes in the organized sector, what are the advantages? Even today it is happening in unorganized sector. In countries like India, nothing goes as waste. But if it is in unorganized sector, what are the problems? It pollutes air and water, and when it is polluted, it pollutes the soil and water and food chain and food web, and no taxes comes. Every process is done in an unscientific and unorganized way. And when you are doing recovery and recycling in an unorganized way, mind it, the occupational health hazard is also there, other than the public health and environmental health hazard. So that is the reason, not only to safeguard the environment, but also to improve and augment the economy by way of bringing it to the organized sector. where it can be controlled, regulated in a scientific manner, and also it can be taxed. That is the reason to try to bring these things in an organized way from an unorganized way to ensure circular economy. And also washing machine, refrigerator, TV, desktop, laptop, mobile phones. Precious metals are there like copper, iron, aluminum, plastics, and precious metals are there. And how much quantity that is there and how much value that can fetch, that is there. That is why you are seeing now the urban mining policy. Whatever that has gone into the solid waste landfill site, many corporations and municipalities are now started spending and trying to recover valuable materials from which has been dumped just like that in the dumping site, so that the organized economy can be recovered from it in a scientific way, and also economic value added products can be taken out and bring it to the raw material sector. And any raw material sector substituted from the recycling saves that much of fresh metal mining from the industry, which is highly energy consuming and highly energy polluting. So whatever percentage of material that is taken out from the recycled sector saves that much of fresh material that has to come from the mines, which is highly energy efficient mining operations. So gold and silver is also, platinum is economic wise, this much is embedded from our electronic waste or any waste that is having a internal circuit. I always used to say any IC circuit to constitute electronic waste. So that much of gold, silver, and platinum is also embedded. And I am not going into the statistics. I am sharing this presentation so you can have a look at it. And these are the environmental benefits of avoiding the DALI, and also avoiding the absence days, and also avoiding the treatment cost because of environmental pollution, which otherwise they would have been subjected to. These are the environment cost that is saved, and these are the benefits in terms of more job opportunities that is there because of circular economy. And these are same different kinds of vegetation policy under the Green India mission, and also financial policy on the low carbon development, transfer of technology from this thing, and also international trade and transfer of innovations from the Western countries, and also international cooperation for transfer of technology and finances. That is what India is always negotiating in this COP. This COP 27 has happened at recently in England. So that is how the COP negotiations happens. Okay, I will do this much, what others can contribute for improving the Asian and African and countries. So we started asking for our own piece of financing without having much of condition, and also technology transfer for adopting new changes. And India has spearheaded the international cooperation in a movement called International Solar Alliance, wherein more than 140 countries have signed it. So that is the reason when solar power came, it was costing around 22 rupees around 10 years before. Today, solar power cost around 1.75 paisa, that is 1 rupee 75 paisa, or around 2 rupees, much cheaper than the conventional energy, because the speed, scale, and the skill with which the solar components were manufactured increased. The 3S is always essential: speed, skill, and the scale in which anything is produced. If it is produced at a higher scale and a higher speed and with a higher skill, the manufacturing cost will come down. The same thing happened with the solar power also. And also it has resulted in many such alliances globally. and the green transition, green hydrogen, and the green economy, and invest in sustainable solutions and international cooperation. These are some of the climate actions that is required globally and nationally. And what are the important international policies? International Solar Alliance and one sun, one world, and one grid policy, rather than restricting it to one state or one country. And then Swachh Bharat mission. This is not only in India, it is launched, it is even going to many Asian countries also. And COP26 Glasgow summit that is completed, wherein India committed. Yeah, I am proud to say, and all of you should be proud being an Indian, more than 45% of our energy need as on today is met by renewable energy, which no other country of our size has achieved so far, including China. Whereas we are meeting as of today more than 45% of our energy demand, we are meeting from renewable energy. But we have committed still more to take non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030, and our commitment to bring carbon intensity of India by more than 45% by 2030. In the sense, one ton of any product that is manufactured, whatever is the carbon intensity of it, we will try to bring it down by 40% to 45% by 2030. This is how we are committed after consulting all the industry sector and the institutional sector, so that our energy consumption and the energy consuming gadgets, how it can be subsidized and it can be used, so that collectively we achieve this much reduction of carbon intensity. And India will achieve the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070. Though this commitment is far ahead, but I am quite sure we may meet this 2070 commitment much earlier because of our forward-looking policies. And this is our 5 commitments that we had, India had given, and we were advocating life, that is lifestyle changes for environment. Whereas this was being told to Western countries right from more than 20 years before in all our negotiations. But they were telling, no, we cannot ask our citizens to alter their lifestyle. You see, they are double standards. They are asking us to control emissions, but they are not ready to control their lifestyle. Oh, I am sorry, I have already exceeded 12 o'clock. Like this, I have tried to give many other policies and programs of Government of India. Here I am giving some of the ideas of constitution, of acts and rules with their web links. And I have tried to give in one line as what are the objective of each act and rule that is governing the sustainability. So because I think at 12 o'clock other resource person will join, so I sorry that I have exceeded my time. So thank you very much, and then think, act, follow the rules, live happily, and thanks very much. And at the outset, I now complete my 2 days lecture, and thanking you, all of you, for your patience listening and good interaction today we had. And also I thank the director of the distance education program, and also my course coordinator for giving me this opportunity, and also to Dr. Gopal of Mother Teresa Pharmacy College, who has requested me and brought me as a resource person for this program. And then, as I informed you, please send me a hello email to me. I have shared my email ID as well as my phone number. I will send all my presentations and my reading material. And I am serving as visiting professor in many of the universities. And if even otherwise after this program, if any one of you need any kind of professional advice, I am always willing to help you people in your career, and wishing you best wishes and for completing this management program successfully, and also wishing you best wishes for your professional and personal life. And thank you for your patient listening for the 2 days. So with this I conclude. Thank you. Any organizer is there?
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Be in touch whoever requires any kind of help. And if the organizers are there in the line, I will just ask. Otherwise, I will telephone them. Hello. I think nobody is there. My request is whoever has shared this group link, you please share it in my mobile. I will join the chat. Okay. Please share this WhatsApp group chat invite in my mobile so that I can join. Okay. Thank you very much, all of you, and best wishes. I am leaving. I don't know whether do you have a class by the next resource person beyond 12 o'clock? Anyone of you? Susigaran, Sivaranjani?
We don't have schedule, sir.
Huh?
We don't have no idea, sir.
No
Continuously.
idea. Acha. Okay. Okay. Then please share the link group chat in my mobile. I am leaving. Thank you and best wishes for to all of you.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Today we will be seeing overview of hospital services. In this, I will be discussing about intensive care unit, coronary care unit, and about burns, paraplegia. That's all. Coming to intensive care unit, intensive care refers to a specialized treatment given to patients who are acutely unwell and require critical medical care. And intensive care provides the critical care and life support for acutely ill and injured patients. Unless an emergency admission, you will need a referral from your doctor or specialist to be admitted to ICU. Intensive monitoring is generally required in the following cases like cranial neurosurgeries, head injuries with airway obstruction, intubated patients, including tracheostomy, major trauma post-operatively, abdominal surgery for a condition neglected for more than 24 hours, chest drain in the first 24 hours, ventilation difficulties, airway difficulties, example post-thyroidectomy, removal of large goiter, etc. These are all the patients will require intensive care unit. And also unstable pulse or BP, anuria. Anuria is nothing but absence of urination. Oliguria is reduced urination. Severe preeclampsia or eclampsia, surgical sepsis, complication during anesthesia or surgery, especially unexpected hemorrhage, hypothermia is nothing but reduced in temperature, hypoxia, neonates after any surgery. These are all the patients will require intensive care unit. What are all the criteria for discharge from the ICU? The patient should be conscious, they should have good airway, and they should be extubated and stable for several hours after extubation. Breathing should be comfortable, and there should be stable BP and also urine output. And also hemoglobin should be more than 6. And minimal nasogastric drainage with the presence of bowel sounds, abdomen not distended, and patient should be afebrile, and they should look better sitting up and not confused. These are all the conditions for discharge in ICU. Who are all the ICU staffs? One is the resident doctor and the nurse. Then there should be one respiratory therapist. Then there should be one dietitian. There should be one physiotherapist. Then there should be one clinical pharmacist and other support staff like cleaning staff, guards, etc. What are all the types of intensive care unit? One is the neonatal intensive care unit. Next is the pediatric intensive care unit. Next is psychiatric intensive care unit. Next is a coronary care unit. Next is neurological intensive care unit. And next is post-anesthesia care unit. What are all the equipments needed for ICU? One is the central monitors. Next is ECG recorder. Next is an intravascular pressure monitoring devices. Next is a pulse oximeters, spirometers, and then EEG monitor. Next is a blood glucometer. Coming to cardiovascular equipments, cardiac defibrillator, CPR trolley, temporary transvenous pacemaker, and then infusion pumps and syringes. Coming to respiratory equipments, equipments like ventilators, oxygen and compressed air, nebulizers, and also intubation tracheostomy set, mechanical ventilator assistance equipments, including airway, manual breathing bags, etc., and then fiber optic bronchoscopy. Coming to dialysis equipment, like for hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, continuous arteriovenous hemofiltration. Radiological equipments like portable X-ray machine, image intensifier, etc. And miscellaneous equipments like tourniquet, vascular cut-down set, thoracocentesis, and thoracotomic set, etc. Intensive care unit is divided based on basis of location, basis of specific function, and treatment policies. On basis of location, it is divided into inside hospital and outside hospital. Inside hospital, this is a type of ICU unit which is located inside hospital. Example is coronary care unit and NICU, neonatal ICU. And next, outside hospital, it is a mobile intensive care unit. This mobile intensive care unit is a new concept in which specialized ambulance with a staff and equipment to provide on-scene advanced life support, resuscitation, and intensive care during transport. On basis of specific function, types of intensive care unit can be divided functionally on basis of specialty they serve. There are mainly 4 types of intensive care unit found in any tertiary hospital. One is general or surgical ICU. Next is coronary or cardiac care unit. And next is a pediatric care unit. And last is a neonatal care unit. On basis of treatment policies, it is divided into open and closed. Open is any physician with hospital admitting privilege and can direct record and direct treatment plan. The main disadvantage is lack of cohesive plan, night coverage, etc. Closed is nothing but an intensive care unit is a physician of record, also can discharge, refer patient for specialty. The main advantage is constant coverage will be there, and there will be a standardized protocol. It has been maintained. And the main disadvantage is variation in opinion, lack of physician attention, etc. And last one is a transitional. It is the intensivist is present and the plan of care is by common decision. Most of ICU work on this plan. The main advantage is standard policies are being done and also about the awareness of physician, etc. The main disadvantage is conflict in opinions and lack of immediate action plan. What are all the levels of treatment in ICU? There are 3 levels. One is in level 1. This can be referred as high dependency, where close monitoring, resuscitation, short-term ventilation, less than 24 hours care is provided. Level 2, this level there is observation, prolonged ventilation, and stay is present, and also there is resident doctor, nurse and pathologist, etc. will be present. And level 3, this level provide all aspects of intensive care along with dialysis monitoring and usually have intensivist. So this is an ICU setup and this is a coronary care setup. Coming to coronary care unit or cardiac care unit, it is a comprehensive unit which deals with patients having primary cardiac diagnosis. It performs intense monitoring of patients and care for those requiring intra-aortic balloon pump, external temporary pacemaker, after coronary artery bypass grafting, etc. Most common cases will be congestive heart failure, coronary artery disease, etc. The definition of coronary care unit or cardiac intensive care unit is a hospital ward specialized in the care of patients with heart attacks, unstable angina, cardiac dysarrhythmia, and various other cardiac conditions that require continuous monitoring and treatments. How they are diagnosing? Patients normally go to cardiac intensive care unit after or immediately before having surgery on their heart or lung. Next, they may be adults who require heart surgeries or adults who were born with any congenital heart disorder like cyanotic or acyanotic heart disorders like tetralogy of Fallot, atrial septal defect, ventricular septal defect, etc. Surgery might include coronary bypass operation, heart valve replacements, or aortic reconstruction and may highly complex. This means that in cardiac ICU, patient normally need multi-organ support. What are all the equipments required for coronary care unit? First, the doctor and nurse can monitor more, but their main priority is to support the organs that may be failing and to try to get them functioning properly again. There are likely to be lots of machines around the patients. This is all equipments used to help them function, including cardiovascular support to measure the heart's output, an external cardiac support device to help the heartbeat properly, respiratory ventilator to help the patients breathe, kidney machine to provide the kidney function when the organ are not working properly. History about ICU. In India, first coronary ICU was started as King Edward Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, and then ICU care was then followed by other big hospital of Mumbai like Breach Candy and in other large cities of India, and then All India Institute of Medical Science, that is AIIMS Delhi, and some corporate chain hospitals in metropolitan cities like Apollo, Max Hospital have started different types of ICU in India. Coming to burns. Burns are nothing but tissue damage brought on by heat, chemical, electricity, radiation, or the sun exposure. There are 3 degrees of burns. First degree burn and most second degree burn usually heal with at most home treatment, whereas third degree burn can be life-threatening and require specialized medical care. What are all the effects of heat on the body? Heat is nothing but a form of energy which, when transferred to the body, produce thermal injury in the form of scalds or burns. The former resulting from moist heat and the latter, burns, is nothing but a dry heat. Scald is nothing but a moist heat. Thermal injuries can result from the application of flame, hot liquids, hot gases, solid heated substance like metals or glass, lightning, electricity, ultraviolet or infrared rays, X-rays, corrosive chemical substance, etc. This is the first degree burn. Only the epidermis is involved. In second degree burns, dermis is both epidermis and also dermis is involved. And in third degree burn, epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous tissue. All three are involved. Degree of burns, first degree burn are usually mild, like most sunburns, etc. The top layer, that is the epidermis, it turns red and is painful but doesn't typically blister. Coming to second degree burn, it affects skin's top and lower layer, that is the dermis. You may experience pain, redness, swelling, and also blistering. Third degree burn affect all three layers, that is the dermis, epidermis, and the subcutaneous layer. The burn also destroy hair follicles, sweat glands, etc. Because third degree burn damage nerve endings, you probably won't feel pain in the area of burn itself, rather adjacent to it. Burned skin may be black, white, or red with a leathery appearance. There is another one classification based on depth. One is Dubitrin classification, Hebra classification, Wilson classification. Dubitrin classified into 6 degree depending on the severity of burn. First degree is erythema or reddening of the skin, followed by desquamation of superficial layer of epidermis. Second degree is blister formation. Third degree is destruction of epidermis. Fourth degree is destruction of whole thickness of skin. And fifth degree is destruction of muscle. And last one is destruction of bone, nerve trunks, etc. So Dubitrin classified into 6 degrees. Coming to Hebra classification, it is the 3 degree only. It merges 2 degree of Dubitrin into 1. So there is only 3 degrees. And last one is Wilson classification. He only classified as first degree is an epidermal burn, second is an epidermis and also dermis. So dermoepidermal burns, and last one is an epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous tissue. What are all the symptoms in burns? Burn symptoms vary depending on the severity or degree of the burn. Symptoms are often worse during the first few hours or days after the burn. Burn symptoms include blister, pain, swelling, white or charred black skin, peeling skin, etc. How these burns are diagnosed? First and second degree burn that cover less than 10% of the body are considered as minor burns and rarely required hospitalization. Moderate degree burns or second degree burns that cover almost 10% of body are classified as moderate. Burns on the hand, feet, face, or genitalia can range from moderate to severe. And last, the third degree burn is the severe burns that covers more than 1% of body are considered as severe. Coming to treatment, first degree burns are usually treated by cold water over the burns, and usually you should not apply ice. For sunburns, apply gels like aloe vera gels, etc. For thermal burns, apply antibiotic cream and cover lightly with gauze. You can also take over the counter pain medication also. Any analgesic we can take. Coming to second degree burns, treatment for second as well as first degree burn are similar. In this, we may require some stronger antibiotics and also silver containing antibiotics like silver sulfadiazine to kill the bacteria. And some analgesic, it may reduce pain as well as swelling. Coming to third degree burns, it is life threatening and often require skin graft. Skin grafts replace damaged tissue with healthy skin from another of the uninjured part of the person's body. The area where the skin graft is taken generally heals on its own. If the person does not have enough skin available for the graft at the time of injury, a temporary source of graft can come from a deceased donor or human made artificial source, but these will eventually need to be replaced by person's own skin. Treatment also includes extra fluid, usually intravenous fluids, to keep BP steady and prevent shock and dehydration. What are all the complications of burns? Complications are usually present in third degree burns. These are arrhythmia or heart rhythm disturbance caused by an electrical burn. Next is dehydration. Next is disfiguring scar and contracture. Next one is edema, excess fluid and swelling in tissue. Next is organ failure. Next is pneumonia. Next is seriously low BP, hypotension that may lead to shock, severe infection that may lead to amputation or sepsis. Coming to prognosis, with proper treatment, most first and second degree burn heal with 2 to 3 weeks. Depending on the burn severity, you may have some scarring which may fade over time. People recovering from third degree burn need physical and occupational therapy to maintain joint mobility and improve function. Some people develop post traumatic stress disorder or depression after burn events. There is one term called heat fracture. Due to intense heat, bone may get fractured, especially the cranial vault and the limb bones. Such fracture are characteristically fissured in nature. In severe and extensive burn, the body may be charred, carbonized, and even fragmented. When the human body is exposed to high environmental temperature, then there will be heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and heat strokes. When they exposed to low environmental temperature, there will be frostbite and trench foot. Frostbite, when the body exposed to temperature ranging from 5 to 8 degree Celsius, and trench foot is there is a prolonged exposure of feet to damp, unsanitary, and cold conditions. Lightning will also produce burns. When there is a discharge of electricity between clouds, lightning occurs. When the charge jumps between clouds and earth, it is called lightning strikes. Lightning chooses the easiest path, and hence it sometimes takes a wandering and zigzag path. When lightning strikes a person, a potential of 1000 million volt causes a 20,000 ampere current to pass through the body of the victim. This includes lethal electrocution. The current may then disperse over an area close to where the victim is standing. When the lightning flash strikes a nearby metallic object, it may give rise to induced voltage. The atmospheric gases become heated to 20,000 degrees Celsius. And this heating of gases in the path of lightning cause an explosive expansion. Although the duration of explosion is for a fraction of seconds, the blast effects can be devastating. Objects may be fragmented and flung away from the site of lightning. Lightning can be of 4 different ways. One is the direct strike, next one is the splash, next is ground strike, and last is electromagnetic pulse. Coming to electrocution, it is nothing but an injury caused by electricity. There are two currents. One is direct current, that is DC. All modern homes and electrical appliances run on alternating current, that is AC. Usually, alternating current is more dangerous to the human body than direct currents. Alternating current can be fatal at 4 to 6 times lower strength than direct current. This is because it produces tetanic stimulation, which induces muscle spasm and does not allow the person to release contact with the source of current. An alternating current of 70 to 80 milliampere can be fatal, whereas direct current of 200 to 250 milliampere can be tolerated without much damage. The electric burn at the point of entry is known as Joule burn or endogenous burn. There are other types of burn in electric burns. One is the spark burn. Next is a crocodile skin burn. It will produce a skin like that of a crocodile. Coming to radiation injury is caused by...
Slides are not changing.
No, this is I'm telling on my own. Radiation injury, it is caused by exposure to ionizing radiation, which can be particulate radiation caused by proton, neutron, alpha rays and beta rays, or electromagnetic radiation due to X-rays. A single large dose of irradiation can lead to death. That Hiroshima-Nagasaki World War, that is the major tragedy. That is the very good example for radiation injury. Coming to paraplegia. Paraplegia is the symptoms of paralysis that mainly affects your legs, though it can sometimes affect your lower body and some of your arm abilities too. This usually happens because of injuries to your nervous system, especially your spinal cord, but it can also happen with various medical conditions and diseases. There are also two main ways that paraplegia can happen, that is complete and incomplete injury. In complete injury, there is total loss of function, including the ability to feel sensation and move. Your body also can't control automatic functioning like bowel and bladder functions, etc. Coming to incomplete injury, this means a partial loss of function. You might still be able to feel or move body parts below the injury, but usually not as strongly as you could before the injury. In this, bowel and bladder functions are normal. There are another main ways that paralyzed muscle act in paraplegia. One is flaccid paralysis, and next is spastic paralysis. Flaccid paralysis, this means that muscle don't work at all and remain flaccid or limp. Spastic paraplegia, this is a paraplegia that results in muscles that don't work by themselves and contract uncontrollably. Causes of paraplegia. The most common cause of paraplegia is injury to spinal cord. mainly by motor vehicle crashes, penetrating injuries, especially from gunshot or stab wounds. Next is falls, especially in older adult with bone density related condition like osteoporosis, osteopenia, etc. These are nothing but reduced bone mineral density. Coming to symptoms of paraplegia, the main symptom is reduced or completely loss of mobility, waist down, loss of sensation where the injury has occurred, decreased libido and loss of sexual appetite, depression or frequent mood swings, electrical sensation, unexplained pain or phantom sensation in the lower portion of the body, involuntary bowel and bladder movements, chronic pain, lesion or infections at the injury site, bed sores, and skin related issues. Weight gain is a common because the patient are usually bedridden and there is no physical activity that leads to that leads to weight gain. Coming to treatment, surgery, if there is any swelling, surgery can be done, or if there is any lesion, we can remove the lesion, or any object is embedded, we can remove by surgery, by means of surgery. Next is spinal cord alignment surgery has to be done if any spinal cord injury has occurred. Then is secondary surgeries to treat muscle injuries. Medications to reduce the risk of infection and also blood clots. So antibiotics and also warfarin, heparin has to be done, has to be given to prevent blood clots. Physical therapy to help you regain as much function as possible. So physiotherapy is must, and exercise to help you remain in good physical shape and reduce chronic pain. And psychotherapy, because after accidents many patients will undergo depression, mood swings, etc. These can be prevented by giving psychotherapies. And education about your injuries, advocacy programs and family support groups are also very important. And occupational training and therapy to help you learn new skills and regain old ones. Coming to malignant tumors, malignant tumor is a mass or lump that is composed of abnormal cell or proliferation of normal cells. These cells grow and divide in an uncontrolled way and they can invade nearby tissues. Malignant tumor can also spread to other part of the body through the lymphatic system or through the bloodstream. While benign tumor are not cancerous, they can still cause serious problems if they grow large enough to compress or damage surrounding tissues. In general, malignant tumor are more aggressive than benign tumor and can be more difficult to treat. However, both type of tumors can be life-threatening if they are not properly diagnosed and treated. See, this is the benign tumor, and on continuous proliferation, it can undergo malignant transformation. What are all the tests involved in the diagnosis of malignant tumor? X-rays, CT scans, MRI, ultrasound, PET scan, etc. X-ray are typically used to look for abnormal growth, which can be anything from infection all the way up to cancer. CT scan is a computerized tomography. It's a type of X-ray that uses computer to combine many pictures into cross-sectional view. This test is often used for diagnosing tumor in various parts of your body, like the chest, back, abdomen area, and also other areas like legs, hands, etc. Coming to MRI, magnetic resonance imaging is a painless, safe, and effective way to image the inside of your body. Radio waves are used as an assist for MRI machine to work properly because they carry powerful signals that can pass through tissues without too much problem. This means you don't need any ionizing radiation exposure. Coming to PET scan, positron emission tomography, is a test that uses a glucose tracer to see where in your body the sugar levels differ from normal and suggest there may be cancerous cells. In cancerous cells, the sugar level is more. So, if there is anywhere in the body, if sugar levels are more, then it is considered to be cancerous. Coming to ultrasound, ultrasound are a type of medical test that uses sound waves and their echoes to produce pictures or videos that can be used for various purposes, such as measuring structural integrity within the body. This is also non-radiational. Coming to biopsy, if any swelling is there, then a biopsy is taken and it has to be sent to a pathologist to see whether any cancerous cells are there or not. A biopsy is a procedure in which doctors use a surgical tool to remove tissue from an area so they can study it for cancer cells with microscopic examination. Treatment of malignant disease. One, they can remove the tumor by means of surgery. Next is radiotherapy. Next is chemotherapy. Then there can be hormonal therapy, immunotherapy, etc. There are many different types of malignant tumors, each with its own set of symptoms and treatment option. The most common malignant tumors are skin cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer, and colon cancer. Skin cancer, we can excise the tumor site and then graft can be applied over the excision area. Treatment for malignant tumor typically involves surgery to remove the tumor, radiation therapy to kill the cancer cell, chemotherapy to kill the cancer cell. Some patients may also receive targeted therapy or immunotherapy to help the body fight cancer. Clinical trials are often ongoing to test new treatments for malignant tumors. In some patients, a cure is possible, but in other cases, treatment may only be able to prolong a patient's life. Common malignant tumor treatments are chemotherapy, hormonal therapy, immunotherapy, and mainly prescribed by the doctor. And also radiotherapy, and if there is any tumor swelling is present, we can do surgery. And I will say something about Indian Red Cross Society and International Red Cross Society. A small gist about Indian Red Cross and International Red Cross Society. International Red Cross Society is a non-political, non-official international humanitarian organization devoted to the service of mankind in peace and war. It was founded by Henry Dunant, a young Swiss businessman who, when traveling through North Italy in 1859, happened to be on the scene of one of the most savage battles of history, the Battle of Solferino. The neglect of 1,000 wounded and dying soldiers. Dunant recruited volunteers from nearby village to help relieve their sufferings. Later in his book, Un Souvenir de Solferino, and in countless interviews with eminent persons throughout Europe, Dunant urged the voluntary national society be founded, which in time of war would render aid to one wounded without distinction of nationality. So, the main role of Red Cross, International Red Cross Society, is humanitarian service on behalf of victims of war. Then other services in natural disasters. Later on, the work of Red Cross was extended to other programs which would prevent human suffering. These comprises services to armed forces, services to war veterans, disaster service, first aid and nursing, health education, and maternity and child welfare services. Coming to Indian Red Cross Society was established by an act of Indian legislature in 1920 with the three objectives of the improvement of health, prevention of diseases, and mitigation of suffering. In peacetime, the society provides military hospital with such amenities as newspaper, periodicals, musical instruments, and other comfort goods. The Red Cross Home at Bangalore for disabled ex-servicemen is one of the pioneer institutions of its kind in Asia. Disaster services comprise distribution of milk, medicines, vitamin tablets, cod liver oils, and 100 other items to the famine-stricken people and to those who have been hit by the floods. In the development of maternity and child welfare services, the society has done pioneering work and has functioned as an auxiliary of the country's health services. There is another one, Red Cross, known as Junior Red Cross, is one of the most active section of the society. It gives an opportunity to lakhs of boys and girls all over India to be associated with activities like the village uplift, first aid, anti-epidemic work, and building up of international fraternity of youth, thus promoting international friendliness, understanding, and cooperation. There are numerous other non-governmental organizations. Some are Oxfam, Save the Children Fund, International Planned Parenthood Federations, International Leprosy Association, World Federation of Medical Education, International Union Against Cancer, and so on. Non-governmental organizations constitute a valuable resource in promoting healthcare. Thank you. Any doubts? So in this, burns is very important question. They may ask treatment of burns and also classification, that first degree, second degree, third degree burn, that is very important. And then paraplegia, types of paraplegia, flaccid paraplegia and spastic paraplegia, and also complete and incomplete paraplegia. And also how they are treated. That is also an important question. And in malignant diseases, the main treatment, and then what are all the symptoms, and how they are diagnosed. What's involved in diagnosis, that and all very important. Any doubts? Any doubts regarding this topic? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I thank Director Sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. Today, we will see more about infectious diseases and their control methods, Central Sterile Supply Department, a brief idea about infection control methods, then biomedical waste management methods. Yesterday, my class described about classification of various types of diseases. It was classified into infectious and non-infectious diseases, and a brief idea about infectious diseases or communicable diseases or contagious diseases was given. Examples for various types of infections: primary, secondary, tertiary, not tertiary, reinfections, like that. Different types of infections were described. Then a brief idea about a nosocomial infection or hospital-acquired infections. And the patients, after getting admitted in the hospital, sometimes they develop some infections from the hospital environment. That is called a hospital-acquired infection or nosocomial. Nosocomial infection. Okay. So there are some more people are going and they are joining. Let them join, no problem. This class is being recorded. You can listen to this class later also, no problem at all. So let me continue with this infection control methods. In hospitals, one of the most important procedure to be done for infection control is sterilization. Sterilization and disinfection. For doing sterilization, we have various instruments are available. You might have heard about autoclave, hot air oven. Then there are steam sterilization methods are available. Nowadays, there is one new technology that is known as plasma sterilization methods are available. So there are various instruments are used for sterilization. Even boilers, boiling is a very common method. Boiling is used based on the type of the instrument, based on the type of the article, based on the type of the material you are going to sterilize, or based on the purpose of your article, or based on the type of organism may be present in that article. You can use various types of sterilization. Flaming method is a dry heat sterilization methods, like hot air oven sterilization methods are available. So various sterilization methods are available. So a plastic article you cannot sterilize by dry heat like flaming. You have to sterilize it with other methods like steam sterilization. So based on the type of the article or material, based on the purpose of the sterilization, then based on the type of organism which may be present in the article, you have various sterilization methods. Earlier days, very long back, before this, disposable syringes were available. They were using glass syringes for giving injections, which was very common. These glass syringes were sterilized by boiling. So in each hospital ward, there will be a boiler will be present, or sterilizer. In short, it was known as sterilizer used to be present. So they will sterilize it, and they will use these glass syringes repeatedly. So like that, in each and every ward, each and every operation theater, surgical rooms, there was a separate room for sterilization. At that time, it was a big problem to maintain these sterilization rooms, because lack of technical stuff. And you have to buy, a hospital has to buy a lot of sterilizers for each ward. For one ward, one sterilizer, for another ward, one sterilizer. Sometimes in the rooms also, they used to keep a sterilizer. So it was very difficult to buy. One thing, cost, that is one problem. And another problem is how to manage this. There was no technical people to do that. So there was a confusion among the nursing personnel and doctors how to get to this sterile article, whether the articles they are giving is sterile or not. Okay, whether it is free from microorganisms or not, that was a big confusion. So management people had a problem of buying these things, maintaining all various types of instruments. Okay, so keeping that space is another problem. And doctors, nurses, they were worried about whether it is that quality of the sterilization. So to avoid all these things, WHO and other organizations recommended to have a central sterile supply service department. Okay, a centralized department for giving all sterile articles for the hospital, which are needed for the hospital, entire hospital. Even whether it is gloves, mask, or surgical instruments, scissors, or scalpels, lancet, or whatever it is, whatever things, that there should be a central sterile supply department. And some articles like these glass syringes and scissors and other surgical instruments has to be reused. So that also this central department will receive all those things and they will sterilize it and they will give it back. And sometimes there will be a storing facility also will be available in the central sterile department. So this was very effective in maintaining sterility. It was very cost effective because you need not buy a lot of autoclaves or lot of hot air ovens. Okay, and there will be trained people will be there in the central sterile supply department. So in every hospitals nowadays they have a central sterile supply department where inside that they will receive the unsterile articles, they will clean it, and after cleaning they will do the sterilization, pack it, store it, and distribute it. This is the central sterile supply department's function. So this was very cost effective. As a hospital management person, you should insist to have a central sterile supply department in every hospitals. More common hospital, this central sterile department instruments are, one compulsory instrument is autoclave. If large number of articles are there are different types of autoclave. So normally we recommend to have a horizontal autoclave. There are vertical autoclaves also, horizontal autoclaves are also there. So a horizontal autoclave is recommended for central sterile supply department. So like that, there are some specifications for central sterile supply department that we'll see. I'll share my screen for a PPT of central sterile supply department. You can see that and simultaneously I describe it also. Okay, what is Central Sterile Supply Department? The Central Sterile Services Department, also called Central Sterile Processing Department, Central Supply Department, is an integrated place in hospitals and other healthcare facilities that performs sterilization and other actions on medical devices, equipments, and consumables. CSSD has a great role in reducing hospital-acquired infections. The most common method for sterilization of medical instruments worldwide is steam sterilization. You can see the photograph or one person doing sterilization using autoclave in that. They provide professional supplies and equipments to all specialized departments. Central Sterile Supply Department, CSSD, provides professionally all equipments and other sterile things for the for other departments of the hospital. The most common method in, I told you, autoclave, the most common instrument used in sterilization or CSSD is autoclave. Here they are, you can see a horizontal autoclave. The departments which CSSD serve includes all nursing departments, clinicians, laboratories, certain specialized laboratories like microbiology laboratories, cardiac lab laboratories, and operating rooms. Single use of items such as syringes, tubes, urine collection sets, IV administration sets, needles, gloves, blood bags are dispensed by Central Sterile Supply Room or Department. The CSSD should have the following zones. The unclean and washing area. There should be a washing area where they receive all these unclean or contaminated surgical or other instruments. Then there is a washing area. Then the assembly and packing area and a sterilization area. The CSSD should have an unclean washing area, assembly and packing area. Packing, before sterilization, you should pack it properly. Sterilization area. 3 zones will be there. It should be well separated also. What are the objectives of CSSD? The main objectives of central service includes the following: to provide supplies of sterile linen packs, basins, instruments, and other sterile items; to maintain an accurate record of effectiveness of the cleaning, disinfection, and sterilization procedures; then to monitor and enforce controls necessary to prevent cross-infection according to infection control policies. That's why I told you CSSD has a big role in controlling hospital-acquired infections. And to establish and maintain sterile processing and distribution standards. The main thing is there's supply of sterile linen packs, basins, instruments, and other sterile items. These are the objectives of Central Sterile Supply Department. Now, functions of CSSD, they have a dual function. Okay. One thing is cleaning, packaging, sterilization, and distribution of medical equipments and supplies, which is a responsibility, normally a responsibility of a nursing person. Then manufacturing of sterile fluids, which is a responsibility of a pharmacist. Workflow. Major activities in CSSD includes receiving the used items from user departments, then cleaning of these items, packing of these items, sterilization of these items, and temporarily storing it. After storing, based on the requirements, they will be distributed to the departments. Receiving the items used from the user departments, cleaning, packing, sterilizing, storing, and distribution. These are the workflow of CSSD. In the receiving area, the used item from various departments of the hospital are shifted to CSSD for cleaning and sterilization. Ideally, the items that get soiled with blood or body fluids should be decontaminated with the sodium hypochlorite solution. that should be done normally in the department itself, or any other preferably sodium hypochlorite solution. If that is not available, a phenol or any other disinfectant solution can be used for disinfecting the thing. So a directly contaminated one should not be sent to the any for transportation. So that is a thing you have to remember. The receiving area of the CSST should have access to outside through a window with a counter. Normally, we will not allow everybody to come into the CSST. So there will be a window. Through this window, we will receive the articles. Okay, the receiving area of the CSST should have access to outside through the window with a counter. One counter will be there where they will document all the items from which department is coming, the date, time, and the number of articles and the type of articles that will be recorded. The instruments are inspected and blunt or unsuitable instruments are segregated and discarded. Necessary entries are made in the records. Thereafter, the items are shifted to cleaning area. Now, this cleaning area, here the instruments are washed either manually or in machines. Most of the time, there will be a manual cleaner with the personal protective equipments like gloves, mask, and other personal protective equipments will be there. Should be provided to the cleaning person, and the articles will be cleaned by manually. Machines, the items which can be kept in machines can be cleaned in washing machines also. For manual washing, sinks with water supply and working counters are organized. Detergents and brushes of various sizes and shapes are required in this area. If you see the machines, there are ultrasonic washer is a machine used for cleaning surgical instruments. Tunnel washer is highly sophisticated and expensive machine. All these things are used in many European countries, but very costly. After the instruments are washed, they are dried in oven and shifted to packing area. So after washing, cleaning, it should be dried and it will be shifted to packing area. In the packing area, if you see, clean and dry instruments are packed before sterilization. So they are not contaminated while handling after they are sterilized. This packing is done to maintain sterility. The packing is done to maintain sterility. So there are different packing materials are available. Using that, you can pack it. Most of the instruments are packed in tray assembly that are wrapped with a double layer of cotton cloth. Paper envelopes are also available for packing the instruments. Test tubes, another thing, or this petri dishes, test tubes, beakers, conical flasks, that type of glass articles can be packed in papers. Sealing machine is used for sealing the plastic bags in which instruments are packed. After packing and sealing, the instruments are shifted for sterilization. Now, this is an autoclave here. You can see a picture of autoclave. Sterilization is done by either of two methods in the CSST. Steam sterilization by autoclave or gaseous sterilization by ETU, ethylene oxide machines. Ethylene oxide gas machines are available. I told you nowadays they are using plasma sterilizers also. So autoclaves in Indian setup, mainly we go for autoclave. Ethylene oxide sterilizers are also available, but it is mainly used for industrial or large scale sterilization. Then the items are temporarily stored in a clean store on racks from where they are distributed to user departments. The distribution place should be in both ends. It should not be near the receiving area. The distribution or that dispensing area, it should be away from the receiving area and may compromise of a window with the counter. In modern hospitals, there may be a separate lift for transporting sterile materials to the user. This is packing, another thing are done. Thank you. So that's about that's a brief idea about Central Sterile Supply Department. So Central Sterile Supply Department is a necessary area, necessary department every hospital should have, where all centralized sterilization, cleaning, packing, storing, distribution, and these processes will be done. So Central Sterile Supply Department or Central Sterile Services. This is slightly different from stores. Stores is somewhat different, where they supply other items also, non-sterile articles also. So stores department, storekeeper and stores department, store or supervisor, that is a different department. This is a different department. But they can work together also for supplying this ready-made sterile articles. Okay. Now, next we will move on to hospital waste management program. Management of biomedical waste management. Biomedical waste. How biomedical waste is managed in the hospital. What is this biomedical waste? Waste is generated everywhere. If you are doing something, if you are cooking, or if you are having a chemical factory or any place, there will be waste will be generated. So waste is also generated in hospitals. The difference between the waste generated in a hospital or in your house or industries is different, because waste generated in the hospital may be harmful. It may contain microorganisms. It may contain sharp objects like needles, syringes, lancet, like that. Sharp objects may be present, which may produce injuries. Another thing is, which may contain radioactive compounds, which are used for this diagnosis purposes. Radioisotopes are used for treatment. In cancer therapy, they are using radioisotopes. Then for a diagnostic purpose, they are using radioisotopes. So there may be radioactive compounds may be present in the hospital waste, or there may be sharp objects may be present. But the most important thing is the waste generated in the hospital may contain infectious microorganisms. It may contain microorganisms which can produce disease. So when this waste is simply discarded outside the hospital, it will create a lot of problems, not only to the hospital, it will create a problem to the community, it will create a problem to the environment. So that will lead into spreading of infection in the community. So to avoid this, there are rules and regulations are there for proper biomedical waste management. If a hospital is not doing a proper biomedical waste management, there are legal rules are there by which you can close down. The municipality or the authorities can close a hospital if they are not doing biomedical waste management properly. So this waste management, there are procedures are there for simplifying the procedure. For more effective waste management has to be done. For that, there are various methods are there that we will see. Biomedical waste management. Okay. So now I'll share the screen again. Next PPT will share. Okay, biomedical waste management. Hope you are able to see my screen. This is the law of nature. Every system in nature progresses towards disintegration and it contributes to creating waste. Every system, even our body, after some time after death, it is a waste. So everything, finally, it will go to a waste product. So that waste is generated in hospital also. That waste is known as biomedical waste. Is any waste which is generated during the diagnosis, treatment, or immunization of human beings or animals or in research activities pertaining to or in the production or testing of biologicals. There are research laboratories will be there where they are using different infectious agents. Animals will be used, so they also generate hospital waste, the infectious waste. This is known as biomedical waste. Any waste generated in hospitals, in any healthcare diagnostic centers, healthcare centers, nursing homes, dental hospitals, even research institutes where they are doing animal experiments, or where they are doing testing of biologicals, where they are using infectious agents. That waste is known as, that type waste generated in these places, in these institutions, are known as biomedical waste. There is another term also, hospital waste. Hospital waste refers to all waste or biological or non-biological that is discarded from hospital and is not intended for further use. That is hospital waste. A similar term is also there, medical waste. This refers to materials generated as a result of patient diagnosis, treatment, immunization of human beings or animals. Infectious waste, another term is, all hospital waste may not be infectious. All waste generated in the hospital may not be infectious. Infectious waste means a portion of the medical waste which contains microorganisms which can produce infection and disease. So infectious waste are a portion of medical waste that could transmit an infectious disease. That is infectious waste. Hospital waste, medical waste, infectious waste, biomedical waste. All are related terms, but slight differences are there. Globally, this is an old statistics. In developed countries, they generate 1 to 5 kilograms of waste per bed per day. In one day, one bed in a one bed hospital, one bed in the hospital, or that means one patient in the hospital generate nearly 1 to 5 kilograms of waste every day. So imagine a 200 bedded or 250 bedded or 500 bedded hospital, how much waste will be generated, how much kilograms of waste will be generated. This is in developed countries, there is 1 to 5. In developing countries, like our country, it is less compared to developed countries. The waste generated in our hospitals is less. It is only 1 to 2 kilograms per patient per day. Here we are mentioning as per patient, because sometimes patient will be there, bed may not be there. That may be the reason. Okay. Anyway, so developing countries, they also generate waste. It is nearly 1 to 2 kilograms per patient per day. As per the WHO report, World Health Organization report, 85% of hospital waste or biomedical waste are non-hazardous waste, not dangerous waste. 10% is infective. 5% is not infective but hazardous, like chemical waste may be there, radioactive waste may be there. But the problem is, if this 10% waste, 10% infective waste is mixed with other waste, the entire waste becomes infectious or which becomes hazardous, which becomes dangerous. So that mixing should not be done. In India, there is no national studies have been done, but recently there are some studies have been done. But approximately, in India, we also generate 1 to 2 kilograms of waste every day per bed. In India, the top 5 biomedical waste generating states are Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Kerala, West Bengal. All India, nearly see how much kilograms are generated. Nearly 4 lakhs kilograms of waste is generated every day. Every day, 4 lakhs kilograms of waste is generated. But you see the next column, we are only disposing properly, we are only disposing nearly 3 lakhs only. So 1 lakh where it is going? That is a question mark. Okay, so 4 lakhs kilograms of waste is generated in India, approximately, not exactly, approximately 4 lakhs kilograms of waste per day is generated in India. In that, we are only disposing properly, we are disposing only 2.9 lakhs of waste, kilograms of waste. Infectious waste is also generated in dental clinics, nursing homes, laboratories, and research centers, where there are similar environments like a hospital. The work environments are similar to hospital environment. Dental clinics, nursing homes, laboratories, research centers. The waste management is not only the duty of one nursing person or where there is a management person, it is a collective work. Every person in the hospital, every worker in the hospital, every employee in the hospital should be the part of biomedical waste management. It shall be the duty of every occupier of an institution, that is, a hospital generating biomedical waste, which includes a hospital, nursing home, clinic, dispensary, veterinary institutions, animal house, pathological laboratory, blood bank, by whatever name called, to take all steps to ensure such waste is handled without any adverse effect to human health and environment. In this connection, nursing personnel play a major role in the waste management of hospital. This is one picture taken from one hospital in Pondicherry. I don't want to tell the name of the hospital. Is this biomedical waste management? What will happen if the biomedical waste management is done in such a way? What will happen to the hospital? Not only to the hospital, to the environment, to the pedestrians, to the people who are traveling there, the people who are living there, the water, the underground water, the air. Okay, what will happen to that? So this is not a proper waste management. This is a criminal offense. If you are not doing waste management properly, it is a criminal offense. It is a legally punishable offense. This is another one. That yellow bag, normally these yellow bags are collected for, used for collecting infectious waste. So you see that how they are doing this waste management. I'm showing these pictures to show the improper waste management. Behind one hospital, see how waste is placed. Is this biomedical waste management? Now this is a municipal yard. Waste management, environmental pollution, dumping of the waste without any segregation, without any decontamination, just dumping it. Not only human beings, animals are also the sufferers of improper biomedical waste management. Fire, rats, all these things are side effects of improper medical or biomedical waste management. Animals, poor animals are getting affected. They will have this infectious waste, and that microorganisms will enter into their body, and the milk you are buying, that also may contain the microorganisms from this waste. See, these are the pictures which shows improper waste management plans. Picture behind a dental clinic, or you can see the waste is dumped. The dentures, old used syringes, everything is dumped behind this hospital. Now, this is a big problem of improper biomedical waste management. See here, one person is collecting all used disposable syringes, and he may reuse these syringes. It is a dangerous situation. And another thing is, the person who is doing this procedure, he may get accidental pricks. Imagine that syringe used by a HIV patient, used for HIV patient or hepatitis B patient. And if he is handling that syringes, if he gets a prick, he will get infected. So this is another side effect of improper waste management. You are giving access to these type of people, and they without their knowledge, they are reusing these instruments for just for meager money. They are using this. We have seen some pictures, effects of improper hospital waste management. Hospital infections are a major health problem all over the world. Improper hospital waste management is one reason for hospital infections. This can affect people working or visiting in the hospital. Not only the patients, the people who are working there, the visitors who are coming to see the patients, they also will get affected by this improper hospital waste management. The community is also invariably affected. What are the hazards of hospital waste? Fire, breeding of flies and insects, proliferation of rodents, air pollution, water pollution, land pollution, and transmission of infections like hepatitis B, HIV, transmission of HIV, hepatitis B, that is another issue. Then mechanical injury, recirculation of the waste. Most of the disposable items, disposable syringes, gloves, masks, and everything, it is only for single use. If you are not disposing it properly, people like that old other poor people will come and collect all these things, they will clean it and they will pack it, and it will come back to you. So that is recirculation of the waste. It is not advisable. Another thing is loss of aesthetics. If waste is kept here and there, it will look dirty the hospital will look dirty. So that aesthetics, the beauty of the hospital will be lost. So you should find a place for all these waste, and it should be collected, segregated, uh, decontaminated, and disposed properly. Then there may be nuclear waste, which may be carcinogenic, which may induce cancer. These are the hazards of hospital waste. Fire may be present. Fire, it will lead into fire. Breeding of flies and insects. Like yesterday, I was giving some examples for diseases which can be transmitted by insects. We call it as vector-borne diseases. Vector-borne diseases like even diarrheal diseases, dysentery, malaria, filariasis. Okay. So many diseases are there which are transmitted by insects. So there is possibility of transmission of infection by these insects. As I told you earlier, legally, every hospital is bound to do proper biomedical waste management. It is a statutory thing for it. They have legal obligations. There are rules are there by which if somebody is not doing the biomedical waste management, they are legal actions may be taken against the hospital. If anybody gives a complaint to the municipality or to the authorities, they can come and close your hospital. That is one thing. Health hazards associated with improper hospital waste management. That is another concern of improper hospital waste management. Injuries from sharp to all categories of hospital personnel and waste handlers. The sharp, then nosocomial infections in the patients, risk of infections outside hospital for waste handlers, scavengers, and eventually the general public. Risk associated with the hazards of chemicals, drugs being handled by persons handling waste at all levels. So if this waste is not properly managed, as I given you some pictures, so I've shown you some pictures, this may lead into injuries in the hospital staff, then people who are handling the waste, then nosocomial infections, hospital-acquired infections in the patients. Outside, the drivers, including the drivers who are carrying the truck, carrying the waste, and other people who are managing this waste, they also will get infected or they will get injured by improper hospital waste management. Then environmental hazards are the air, water, soil pollutions may be there due to this improper waste management. Types of waste. There may be solid waste, liquid waste. Okay. Solid waste include catheters, tubes, disposable masks, scrubs, disposable tools, medical gloves, wound dressings. These are all waste generator types of waste. Liquid waste may be blood, body fluids and tissues, cell, organ and tissue cultures. Sharps, this is a very dangerous situation. Blades, razor or scalpel. Materials made up of glass such as cuvettes and slides, needles, plastic pipettes and syringes. Laboratory waste is another category. Animal, if the laboratory is doing animal experiments, they are dead bodies, animal carcasses, as hazardous chemicals, medicinal plants, radioactive materials and biological components, and supernatants. Because we collect urine sample, blood sample, CSF sample, like that, body fluids will be collected. So the sediment will do centrifugation. That sediment only will be used for further testing. The supernatant will be disposed. So it is a waste. Cadavers, urine, feces, and cytotoxic drug are not considered as biomedical waste. So this is a rule. Okay, cadaver, dead bodies, urine, feces, and cytotoxic drug are not considered as biomedical waste. Based on the type of the waste, the waste is categorized into 10 categories: category 1, category 2, category 3, like that up to category 10 it is categorized. The category 1 is human waste, like tissues, organs, and body parts. This is category 1, infectious waste. It is infectious and it should be incinerated. The method of disposal is incineration, that is burning the articles. Burning, for that incinerators are available, or you can do a deep burial. Because of the non-availability of land, this has become a problem. But the best method we go for is incineration. Incineration. There are various types of incinerators are available. It may be working with electricity, petrol, diesel, kerosene, or even firewood. Firewood may be used for incineration. Category 2 waste is animal waste. That also you have to do incineration or deep burial. Category 3, another infectious waste, is microbiology laboratory waste. These wastes should be autoclaved, then incinerated. First autoclave panano. Autoclave, why we are doing this autoclaving is, it is a process known as decontamination. And after that, you can go for incineration. Then category 4, that is another dangerous one, sharp objects. First, you have to disinfect it, treat it with the chemicals, or treat it in the autoclaving, or microwaving also can be done. And after, shredding. The sharp object should be broken into pieces. Category 5 is discarded medicines and cytotoxic drugs. Discarded medicines and cytotoxic drugs. You can dispose it by incineration or destruction and drug disposal in secure landfills. That can be done. Landfill. Bury பண்ணிட்டு பண்ணலாம், இல்லைன்னா landfilling-காக யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். That is category 5. Category 6 is contaminated solid waste. This can be incinerated, autoclave, and microwaving. It is disposed after autoclaving and incineration can be done. Category 7 is solid waste. Disposable items other than sharp. Sharp or other, not sharp items, other solid waste. You have to do the disinfection by chemical treatment, microwaving or autoclaving, and mutilation by shredding, breaking into shredding pieces, small pieces. Category 8 one is liquid waste, generated from laboratory washing, cleaning, housekeeping, and disinfection activities. So these waste should be disinfected by chemical treatment and discharged into drains. Drainage ku podlam. Category 9 is incineration ash. It can be used for disposal in municipality landfills. Category 10 is a chemical waste. It should be treated with chemicals for inactivation and discharged in the drain for liquids and secured landfill for solids. So this tabular column gives you 10 different categories of waste. In this, some category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4 are infectious waste. They belong to infectious waste. There should be a plan for waste management. These steps including the management plan is sorting, handling, treatment, that is decontamination, interim storage and disposal. When a waste is generated in the hospital, it should be separated as infectious waste or non-infectious waste. Okay, so that is known as sorting, segregation, collection, segregation, or segregation, collection. And both should be done at the same time. Handling is, it should be separated into different categories. Then treatment. The waste should be treated with disinfectant solution. That process is known as decontamination. Before disposal, all these steps should be done before disposal. You can store it in the hospital and surrounding. There should be an area where you can keep this waste. Decontaminated waste can be kept in an interim storage area. You cannot keep it for more than 2 days. You have to dispose after 2 days. Then the last step is disposal. You see what is sorting? Sorting is separating waste by type. Infectious waste, pharmaceutical waste, example like. For this purpose, we use color-coded bags or color-coded containers for sorting or segregation. Infectious waste, normally we use yellow-colored bins or buckets or covers will be used for infectious waste. To understand, to identify where to keep this infectious waste. Then pharmaceutical waste, we can use another color like a blue color or black color can be used. There are red colored colored bags are also available. Color coding, normally yellow color coding bags are used for plastic bags are used for category 1, 2, 3 and 6. It is used for incineration. Red is disinfected container. It is used for category 3, 6 and 7. It is plastic bag. It can be treated with autoclave, microwave and chemical treatments. Blue, it is a plastic bag. It is used for category 4 and 7. Black bag, it is category 5, 9 and 10. Disposal in secure landfill. So there are different color codes are used. So at least remember the color code for infectious waste. The category 1, 2, 3 and 6. We use yellow colored bags. Red colored bags are used for 3 and 6, 3, 6 and 7. Blue is also used for category 4 and 7. Black is used for 5, 9 and 10. These are the two important symbols you can see in a hospital environment, hospital categories. This cytotoxic, that means it contains some items which may produce toxic effect on your cells. It will be toxic to your tissues. So cytotoxic drugs are there, cytotoxic waves are there, cytotoxic radiations are there. So there may be some items will be present. It is like a signal. It is like traffic things are there. No? So like that, cytotoxic is it. The next one is biohazard. Biohazard means it contains infectious material. If you see a sticker in a container like this emblem, that indicates that it contains infectious microorganisms. That means it is a biohazard signal. These are the different types of containers used for collection and segregation. You can see plastic bags are also available. Plastic containers are also available for collecting buckets And containers are also can be used. There are yellow container, red container, black container, blue containers are there. This container color tells the staff what is in the container. In this container, what is present. If an yellow container is there, you should remember that it belongs to 1, 2, 3. That waste, that category of waste is present and it is infectious. Tell the contractor what to do with the waste. Then red na what to do, incineration. Yellow na incineration. Black na what to do, landfill. So like that, the waste, the color will indicate that whether it contains infectious or non-infectious waste and what type of disposal it has to be done, whether it is incineration or deep burial or landfill. Can apply to both sacks and rigid containers. The containers should be leak proof, puncture proof. If sharp objects are there, it should not puncture it should not produce water in holes in the containers. It should be environmental friendly, and easy for transportation. It should be easy for transportation. This is, you can see containers. Yellow is there, white is there, black is there, blue is there. Black is normally used for food waste. Yellow, infectious waste. So in every hospital, you can buy different types of containers that you have to decide what type of container you have to use and how it should be disposed, all those things. As per the regulations, you can do it. So containers now, different manufacturers are there. They provide you different types of containers. Even plastic bags are available, plastic buckets are available, this type of trays are available. Then cardboard containers are also available. This is one picture which indicates white bag contains IV sets, tubings, blood and urine carriages, syringes. Yellow, infectious waste. Black is general waste. Gray color or blue color can be used for waste of sharp stored in separate puncture proof or bag containers. So color codes, it is not very strict, but normally yellow is used for infectious waste that you can decide as per your hospital policies. So this is segregation. Now, people who are involved in biomedical waste management, they should wear personal protective equipments. When selecting personal protective equipment, consider the highest level hazard present, the source of the hazard, the potential for simultaneous exposures. So all these things you should keep it in mind. The people who are doing this waste management, workers, we should give goggles or safety glasses with side shields. Clothing like lab coats, scrub suits, gowns, long pants only, no open-toed shoes. Clothing should be replaced immediately when contaminated. When the person is working, when it is contaminated, it should be replaced. Gloves. Verify the gloves are compatible with a specific application, process, and materials before using. Gloves should be replaced immediately if torn. The gloves should not be used. Always wear heat-resistant gloves and keep your face away from the door when loading and unloading the autoclave. So people who are doing this waste management, disposal, decontamination, segregation, collection, those people should consider every waste as a dangerous waste, and they should do proper wearing of personal protective equipments like PPE. In short, it is PPE, personal protective equipments. goggles, face mask, gloves, coats, okay, shoes, all these things will come under personal protective equipments. See here, the one lady is doing segregation. Mask is in her neck. No gloves. Okay. She's doing segregation. This segregation is not proper. What they have done is they have collected all waste in a container, and after that they are segregating into them, into different types. But this is not proper. Here what happens is the entire waste becomes infective. This is not a proper segregation procedure. But he is wearing all types of safety equipments, safety personal protective equipments. The other lady is not wearing personal protective equipments, but here this man is wearing all personal protective equipments. But the segregation is not a good process. It's not a standard process. This is a sharp disposal container, cardboard container. This can also be used for disposal of sharp. This is a plastic dabba, infectious waste for sharp disposal. See how a sharp disposal is disposed, syringe, how they are disposing it. In plastic container also you can keep it. This is an instrument used for shredding. This is a needle destroyer. This is another type of needle destroyer, Indian made needle destroyer. And this is a classification and management of the waste. Already I told you, it is classified into different 10 types, class category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, and category 5. All these things are classified based on the type of the waste. It is disposed by incineration or deep burial. Now, this waste collected in the hospital should be treated to reduce the number of organisms present in that waste. It can be done by chemical disinfection or by autoclaving. One example I will tell you, one cotton used for cleaning the wound. You keep it inside the yellow. After using that, you keep it, put it in a yellow container because it is a infectious waste. Now you put some Dettol or disinfectant solution in that. So you are reducing the number of microorganisms present it. That is called treatment. Or that just like that, disposing it, we have to treat it with some chemicals or autoclave it and dispose it. Interim storage. Interim storage means normally sometimes the incinerator or deep burial area will be far away from the hospital. So only once in a day only the truck for collecting the samples for disposal will be coming to the hospital. So at that time you can keep it in the hospital. The waste can be kept it in the hospital. For that a separate area should be identified. It can be stored only for a short period. Or not more than 2 days. It should be transported immediately, but if not possible, it can be kept for some 1 to 2 days, and and after that it should be disposed. Bag fill பண்ணும்போது, when you are filling the bags, waste and sharp containers should be discarded when they become 3/4 full. When the bag is 3/4 full, it should be closed. Waste and sharp containers should be discarded when they become 3/4 full and at least once daily or after each shift. The reason for this is to reduce the risk of plastic bags splitting open and often injury with a protruding sharp item in the sharp containers. This means the bag used for collecting the waste should not be full. If it is full, there is a chance of the waste coming outside. You cannot tie it properly, and there is a chance of breaking or tearing the bag. In interim storage, waste should be transported to interim storage at the end of every shift to reduce the risk of infection and of injury, minimize the amount of time waste is stored at the facility. Waste should be stored in an area of controlled access that is minimally trafficked by staff, clients, and visitors. You should not allow everybody to go to the waste area. It should be controlled. It should be secured place. Interim storage time should not exceed 2 days. Okay, interim storage time should not exceed 2 days. Within 2 days, maximum of 2 days only, you can store it in the hospital, and after that, it should be disposed by incineration or deep burial. It is preferable to have a room to store waste on each floor of the facility, but this is difficult. One central storage room should be designed. The storage area should also be included in the cleaning schedule. The store பண்ண இடம் கூட clean பண்ணணும். Transporting solid medical waste. Normally, a non-medical person will put themselves at risk by being involved in disposal process. Okay, the drivers and other people, they don't know about all diseases and microorganisms. They will be involved in transport of this waste. So you should give them a training, which color, what is this color, what is this a type of waste and other thing. You should give an awareness program to them. Then they will handle it properly. Facility staff must educate the waste transport and disposal personnel to the risk involved in the disposal process and must teach them how to dispose of solid medical waste safely. These universal precautions, this is also a part of biomedical waste management and hospital infection control methods. Universally, everyone should follow. Use a barrier protection to prevent skin and mucous membrane contact with the blood and other body fluids. You should have a gloves, mask, and other things to prevent body contact. Wear gloves to prevent contact with blood, infectious materials, or other potentially contaminated surfaces or items. Wear face protection if blood or body fluid droplets may generate during the procedure. Nurses, doctors, everybody, when they are doing a procedure, if there is a splash which will fall on your eyes and your skin, you should take precautions. Wear protective clothing if blood or body fluid may be splashed during the procedure. Wash hands. This is very important. Wash hands and skin immediately and thoroughly if contaminated with blood or body fluids. Wash hands immediately after gloves are removed. Use care when using or handling sharp instruments and needles. Place used sharps in labeled puncture-resistant containers. If you have sustained an exposure or puncture wound, immediately flush the exposed area and notify your supervisor. கையில் ஏதாவது கட்டு வந்துருச்சுன்னா immediately when you are exposed to some body fluids of other patients or the waste, you should immediately inform your supervisor. This is known as universal precautions. Mainly, you should wear PPE, personal protective equipments. And the second aspect is washing your hands, hand washing, and reporting any exposure. It is transportation, biohazard signal. So next time when you see this sign, you should be careful, and you should know this area or this article or this box, this package is having infectious agents. This is the type of truck we expect for carrying waste. Not like our municipal waste where the articles will be falling on the road when they are transporting. So this type of closed trucks, container trucks should be used for transport of biomedical waste. It should not spill on roads. The waste should not spill on on roads because it is infectious. So that is the most important one. You see that in the truck itself, they have mentioned one biohazard sign. Biohazard sign is a caution, biomedical waste. The final disposal. Finally, you have two methods for disposal: burn technique and non-burn technique. You can dispose it by incineration or by burying. Burying solid medical waste, non-burn technique. Burying solid medical waste. To use the burial method of waste disposal, there must be enough space available to dig a burial pit and to enclose it in a fence or a wall. In cities, another thing, this is not at all possible now because of lack of space. Lack of space. Deep burial has become very, very difficult now. So we will move on to the next method, that is burning. Burying, we'll go for burying. Burying medical waste guidelines. Suppose if you are going to bury the medical waste, burying should be at least 50 meters from the nearest water source. It should be away from 50 meters away from the water source. I mean, very, very difficult. Located downhill from any wells, free of standing water, and in an area that does not flood everywhere. Flooding is so all these conditions are not possible nowadays. Burial pit should be 1 to 2 meters wide and 2 to 5 meters deep. It should be a deep burial. The bottom of the pit should be at least 1.8 meters above the water table. Erect a fence or a wall around the site to keep out of animals. Animals should not come to that area. Every time solid waste is added to the pit, cover it with 10 to 30 centimeters of dirt. When the level of waste reaches to within 30 centimeters of ground level, fill the pit with dirt, seal it with the concrete, and dig a new pit. All these things have become very, very difficult now. But the people are doing, some people are doing it also. Instead of a pit, now they are using landfill. Fill panni, land fill panni, they have made a mountain. And this mountain now has become a tourist spot. There are methods. This waste can be used for making money also. There are this waste can be used for making anaerobic bioreactors, and electricity can be generated. Many countries are doing that. Okay, anyway. Next, the preferable method of disposal of waste is by burn technique. Incineration of solid medical waste. Incinerate the best method, best option for solid waste disposal, since high temperature, 1300 degrees Celsius, destroys microorganisms and reduces the amount of waste. Burning in an incinerator or oil drum is recommended. Facilities that generate low levels of solid waste can use a small drum incinerator. A drum place the incinerator on hard earth to prevent glass or vegetation from catching fire. The drum incinerator should have sufficient air inlet to allow efficient and complete burning of medical waste. Burn only medical waste to minimize the amount of waste to be burned. Incinerator. Incinerator is a burning instrument suitably designed pollution control device. Should be installed within the incinerator to achieve the above emission limits if necessary. Waste to be incinerated shall not chemically treated with any chlorinated disinfectants. Chlorinated plastic shall not be incinerated. Plastic should not be incinerated. Toxic metals in incineration ash shall be limited with the regulatory quantities defined under hazardous waste management handling rules. Only low sulfur fuel shall be used as a fuel in the incinerator. This is one very simple incinerator, wood incinerator. This is one deep drum incinerator. This is one incinerator available in Pondicherry. High temperatures are used. This is another type of incinerator. Household incinerator. Liquid waste can be poured down a sink, drain, and flushable toilet if one of these are available in a pit. Always wear heavy utility gloves and shoes when handling or transporting liquid waste. Afterwards, wash both gloves and shoes. It is hazardous to have medical waste flowing through open gutters or emptying onto grounds of the facility. Avoid splashing the waste on yourself, on others, or on surfaces. After disposal, rinse the sink, drain, or toilet to remove residual waste. Disposal of used syringes. Place all used syringes in designated sharp container and never recap needles. Never discard needles and sharps in clinical waste bags, as the housekeeping staffs might get injured. It should be in a separate container. It should be disposed. Disposal of laboratory specimen. All laboratory specimens should be considered as potentially infectious. Biohazard stickers should be placed on all such specimens and request forms. Management of reusable instruments. All instruments soiled with blood or body fluids should be put first in isolation bag and then in yellow or a red bag for Central Sterile Supply Department. It should be handed over to Central Sterile Supply Department, reusable one. General principles of waste management. A clear policy for waste management should be developed. The policy should describe in detail the methods of waste segregation, collection, storage, and disposal. Roles and responsibilities of different team members should be clarified. One key person should be assigned the responsibility of waste management. All used sharp must be discarded without recapping or resheathing in a puncture-resistant container that is readily accessible. All clinical waste, example waste contaminated with blood or body fluids, should be discarded into a colored bag, red or yellow. Segregation of waste should take place at its site of origin. Segregation of the waste should take place at its site of origin itself, not collection and segregation. It should be when the waste is formed, that time itself it should be segregated. This is how different types of waste are processed. Final tips for waste management. Don't mix infectious and non-infectious waste. Don't throw sharp in the trash or onto puncture-proof containers. Don't recap the needle or bend or break needles by hand. Don't fill the waste container more than 3/4 of the capacity. Don't allow unauthorized persons access to the waste collection and storage areas. Don't use open buckets for infectious waste or sharp. Don't incinerate plastic waste. Do segregate waste at the point of generation to infectious, non-infectious, sharps. So it should be segregated at the site of origin itself. Do collect waste in color coded containers. Yellow for infectious waste for incineration, black garbage for dumping municipal bin, blue for sharp and needles. Do decontaminate all sharps and plastic waste by chemical or autoclaving. Do shred plastic waste. Do use a syringe and needle destroyer. Do incinerate blood-soaked dressings or body parts. Do cover waste collection containers. Do transport through covered trolleys, wheelbarrows. Do provide protective wear, mask, gloves, plastic aprons, gum boots to transporters and handlers. Do immunize all waste handlers. What is the solution for this waste thing? You reduce, reuse, recycle, and research. Thank you. Cleanliness is next to godliness. So this is a brief idea about hospital waste management. Okay, with that, we have concluded this biomedical waste management plan. Biomedical waste management. In last, one more PPT will be shown to you. That is about emerging infections. Emerging infections. This is a new area which is not there in your thing, but anyway, as a part of communicable disease which is there in your syllabus, you should know what are the emerging infections, new infections which are coming, and what will you do if new infections are coming. Already infections like typhoid, tuberculosis, diphtheria, tetanus, diarrheal diseases, all those things you know about it. But if there are new diseases which are not known, that diseases are known as emerging infections. We had this COVID, before that we had Nipah, like Nipah virus infections. So like that every year we will have some new infections. When these new infections are coming, how will you manage the hospital? What are the precautions to be taken in the hospital? What are the steps to be taken in the hospital? That one more thing we'll see. And after that, a brief idea. After that, we'll close my session. Emerging infections. Emerging infections can be defined as infections that have newly appeared in a population or having existed previously but are rapidly increasing in incidence or geographic range. In a geographic range. Emerging infections can be further classified into newly emerging or re-emerging or deliberately emerging. Newly emerging means infections that are those have not previously recognized. Re-emerging means there are some infectious diseases which we have controlled. That infections will come back again. That is known as re-emerging infections. There are various reasons for emerging infections because of lot of travel by people, lot of encroachment into the forest areas, then different types of agricultural activities, technology and industry. Then another aspect is this biological weapons. So there are various reasons. %60 of human infectious diseases are zoonotic infections. So forest, if people are going to the forest from the animals, will act as a source of infection. So that from the animals, that virus or bacteria will get converted. One example I will tell you, HIV. HIV was a mutated strain of one virus which was present already in monkeys, simian immunodeficiency virus. That virus accidentally entered into human beings, and that virus got mutated and it was converted into HIV. So that is a hypothesis or theory behind HIV. So like that, a swine flu, one infection we had that virus was present in the swine, in the pig. From that virus, from that animal, accidentally that virus entered into human beings and it got mutated and it got adapted to human beings and it started developing disease. So most of these emerging infections are zoonotic infections. Then some infections are present in other human beings also, like HIV, Ebola, and other things. These are some examples of emerging infections: Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, Ebola virus, Marburg virus, Lassa fever, MERS. Before this COVID-19, there was one Middle East respiratory virus, then SARS virus, Nipah virus, Rift Valley fever viruses. These infections can come anytime. It can come as emerging infections. WHO has given a name called the disease X, a hypothetical disease called disease X for this future emerging infections. You should be prepared for any unknown viruses. Let us be prepared for the unknown virus. In India, we had Nipah viral infections, hantavirus infection, chikungunya virus infection, human enterovirus 71 hand, foot, mouth disease in Calicut, H1N1 pandemic influenza, Chandipura virus, another virus in Andhra Pradesh, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever in Gujarat. These are some of the emerging infections which were reported from India. 8 disease outbreaks from 2018 that you should know about it: measles, Nipah, Ebola, norovirus, monkeypox virus, then Escherichia coli, which is normally common virus, common bacteria, but sometimes this Escherichia coli linked to romaine lettuce can cause multi-state outbreaks in US. There was a massive outbreak of Lassa fever and influenza. There are 5 strategic elements that are needed to combat emerging diseases. These include epidemic preparedness and rapid response, public health infrastructure, risk communication, research and its utilization, advocacy for political commitment, and partnership building. Fortunately or unfortunately, this COVID-19 has given an international or a global awareness about management of emerging infections. Now, all over the world, previously it was only in local areas, people will be prepared, but now all over the world, globally, all hospitals are prepared for these emerging infections. That is one advantage, one experience we had due to this COVID-19. The management of emerging infectious diseases include surveillance, diagnosis, isolation and treatment, identification of source of infection and pathogenesis, documentation of incidents and intimation to national and international agencies, information and health education, and prophylaxis, preventive methods, and do research on these new viruses. We have in India, before surveillance, we have integrated disease surveillance program is a National Center for Disease Control, Directorate of General of Health Services under that, Family Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We have a system for integrated disease surveillance program. Diagnosis include a clinical diagnosis, a rapid lab diagnosis, networking of labs, referral labs, all those things that should be done. Not important for you. So diagnosis, you should do any new disease, any new thing, you have to identify what is a causative agent by proper diagnostic methods. Unfortunately, even COVID-19, HIV, all those new diseases, when it comes, scientists were able to, microbiologists and virologists were able to develop immediately within a month, within days and weeks. The scientists were able to develop diagnostic techniques for all these diseases. If you are not able to develop diagnostic test methods, it will be very difficult to manage these emerging infections. And the hospitals should have this biosafety labs, biosafety labs to control, to identify. I I strongly recommend every hospital should have a biosafety lab levels. Biosafety, there are BSL biosafety level 1, 2 laboratories are there. So every laboratories, at least they should have facility, biosafety level lab 2 facilities should be available. So when a new disease is recommended, the people who are doing the diagnosis, they should have protective wearing like this. And if you are suspecting a newly emerging disease, there should be isolation. The patient should be isolated according to the mode of transmission of the disease. They should be isolated and start the treatment. This was a Nipah isolation ward. And PPE, this plays a major role in during any emerging infections. Not only mask, there are other and health education is very important. Posters, radio, TV, reliable websites, social media, avoiding spreading of rumors and panic, mock drills, seminars, and workshops should be conducted. Vaccination is very important. COVID-19, we were successfully able to control because of vaccination. And don't stop vaccines like diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus. That vaccine should continue. Hepatitis B vaccine should continue. Mumps, polio, they may reappear. Vaccinate every time. We have Government of India, we have National Center for Disease Control. Prophylaxis, that is by. Thank you. Okay, so that's about infectious diseases. So whatever topics given to me, I have almost covered the topics. Classification and description of diseases, infection control, medical asepsis, nosocomial infection, communicable diseases, reservoirs of infection, carriers of infection, mode of transmission, and central sterile supply department. So thank you very much. You can listen my this class. I think already recording is going on. You can listen that. Any doubts or anything, you can personally ask me also. In the PPTs, my phone number is there. My email is also there. You can ask questions or you can clarify your doubts anytime. Okay, thank you very much.